Chapter 27:18. He had already taken a step into the inner area of the demon god mountain, but the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a ferocious and furious expression. His body continued to struggle as he lowered his head with great difficulty. Suddenly, he discovered that a long sword had pierced through his chest. Pain instantly spread throughout his body, causing his Yuan spirit to tremble. No, a gale swept up Yu Xiaofeng's body, destroying it. I can't accept this. Yu Xiaofeng roared. A powerful imprint appeared in his nascent soul and sealed the area. Then he disappeared into the void. Amen. Fang Chen arrived with a whistling sound, his gaze fixed on the entrance. An imprint. Needless to say, the imprint in Yu Xiaofeng's Yuan spirit was left behind by an expert from the Darkwind Pavilion. What a pity. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. If it wasn't for that imprint, Yu Xiaofeng would have died. However, after this heavy injury, Yu Xiaofeng was almost unable to recover to his peak cultivation. In the future, his martial path would be cut off, and he would be like a cripple. Such a person wasn't worthy of Fang Chen's attention. So this is the entrance to the inner area of the demon god mountain. Fang Chen was startled. This place was very hidden, and there was a powerful illusion around it, making it look like a maze. If he hadn't followed Yu Xiaofeng, he wouldn't have found this place in a short time. Go in. Fang Chen did not hesitate and stepped into the entrance. A moment later, he passed through the storm and entered the inner area of the demon god mountain. The inner area of the demon god mountain was many times more oppressive than the outer area. It was simply an azure battlefield. What is that? As soon as Fang Chen arrived, he saw two peerless experts fighting fiercely at the peak of the mountain in the distance. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The shockwaves from the two's battle could still reach Fang Chen from a great distance away. Deng deng deng! Fang Chen's body kept retreating. He activated the chaotic origin sword body, barely blocking the terrifying shockwaves. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the surging blood in his body. His face was slightly pale. His eyes were filled with fear. Shuesho. After trying his best to calm the shock in his heart, Fang Chen increasingly believed that these two powerhouses were the legendary Shuesho. That was because he had seen the strength of an ancient life realm expert. Bai Ling and the other two were simply unable to reach such a level of strength. Then, there was only one explanation, and that was the Blood Fiend. Within the Despair Continent, there were 108 Blood Fiends. They were the strongest life ancient realm powerhouses. Two Blood Fiends are fighting? Fang Chen exclaimed inwardly. Whoosh! One of them turned into a blood-red ray of light, sweeping up the heavenly energy in the void and starting a shocking battle. Is that the blood-red light from before? Before this, Fang Chen had vaguely seen a blood-red light flash by. Roar! The other Blood Fiend roared at the sky. He reached out his hand and grabbed the mountain under his feet. Boom! A gigantic mountain smashed directly onto the blood-red light. Crack! The mountain shattered, and the blood-red light also flashed. The battle between the two peerless powerhouses continued, but they had already disappeared from Fang Chen's sight. This is the Blood Fiend. Too strong. Fang Chen's heart trembled, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. This was a true peerless powerhouse. Such a powerhouse could destroy a chaotic void with a raise of his hand. Fang Chen's blood boiled. When would he be able to reach such a level? The strongest life ancient realm expert, the 108 city lords of the Despair Continent. Since ancient times, every Shuesho had experienced intense battles of blood and tears before they were able to reach where they were today. They were constantly facing the challenge of countless life ancient realm powerhouses. Once they failed, they would lose their identity as a Blood Fiend. Thus, as time passed, the strength of the 108 Blood Fiends grew stronger and stronger, to the point where no one was a match for them. It was difficult for a superpowerhouse to defeat a Blood Fiend in 1,000,000,000 years. From this, one could see how powerful Pavilion Master Darkwind was. He wasn't a Blood Fiend, but he was stronger. After watching this battle, Fang Chen was even more shocked. At the same time, he couldn't wait to improve his cultivation base and strength. There are 3 great levels of ancient gods, and the gap between each level is too great. Although I can fight against middle star ancient realm cultivators now, it will be difficult to defeat some peerless monsters. Fang Chen murmured. The inner area of the demon god mountain wasn't big. Fang Chen swept the entire space with his mind. Is this the place of inheritance of Monster Extreme Supreme? Fang Chen found a huge array in the northern area of the demon god mountain. There were many talented cultivators in front of the array. Most of them are void ancient realm cultivators. There are very few star ancient realm cultivators, Fang Chen said. Immediately, he used the space-time escape technique and disappeared. After a while, Fang Chen came to the crowd. Monster Extreme Supreme's inheritance is in this huge array. Unfortunately, we don't have a share. Yeah, the Lin family's prodigy, Dark Wind Pavilion's young master, and Southwest's Fu family's second young master are all top prodigies. Everyone discussed fervently. The ones standing at the forefront of the matrix were none other than these three geniuses. Lin Sanzhong of the Lin family's cultivation base had reached the limit of Void Ancient Realm, and his fighting strength was comparable to Star Ancient Realm cultivators. Behind him was the powerful Lin family, which made many cultivators wary. Dark Wind Pavilion's young master, Ya Shu, had also reached the limit of Void Ancient Realm, and his fighting strength was comparable to Star Ancient Realm cultivators. The one with the highest profile was Fu Buoyuan of Southwest's Fu family. He exuded a proud aura, and his face was full of disdain. This array is very strong. I'm afraid it can't be broken by one person. Lin Sanzhong turned his head and said slowly, "Yes, I agree with Brother Lin's idea. The three of us can work together to break the array," Ya Shu said. "Mph, how can a mere array stop me, Fu Buoyuan?" Fu Buoyuan sneered and walked down from the dazzling carriage. He stepped in front of the array. Rumble. A roar came from within the array. Fu Buoyuan opened his hands, and thick hair appeared on the surface of his skin. The hair was like thorns, piercing deeply into the array. Crack. The array shook, and the sky changed color. Lin Sanzhong and Ya Shu looked at each other. The cultivators behind them were even more shocked. Is Fu Buoyuan so strong that he can ignore Lin Sanzhong? Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. Only Fang Chen sneered. Fu Buoyuan's method seemed shocking, but it was actually stupid. Idiot, this array is formed by the power of the Big Dipper, but you used the power of the 9 turns of Fleeting Swan to break it. How laughable. Fang Chen sneered. Pretending to know when you don't move will only make things worse. Although Fang Chen's voice was soft, it was unusually harsh. The noise on the vast plain instantly disappeared, and everyone stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. Bang! At this moment, a vibration came from Fu Buoyuan's body. A vast power erupted from the shaking array formation, forcing Fu Buoyuan to retreat. He was in a sorry state, and his clothes were in a mess. Is this guy crazy? How dare he criticize Fu Buoyuan? Stupid guy, what do you know? Many cultivators stared at Fang Chen angrily and shouted. Even Ya Shu and Lin Sanzhong, who were at the front, turned to look at Fang Chen. You said I'm stupid? Fu Buoyuan was already unhappy that he did not break the array, and when he heard Fang Chen's voice, he was even more furious. You know about arrays? Fu Buoyuan asked coldly. Seeing that Fang Chen did not speak, Fu Buoyuan sneered. You don't know about arrays, but you dare to say such arrogant words. You are unforgivable. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Buoyuan was ready to attack. However, at this moment, Fang Chen spoke. How can a prodigy of the Southwest Fu family be so magnanimous? Fang Chen shrugged. Boom. Fu Buoyuan's body emitted a raging aura as he looked down at Fang Chen. Those who truly know about arrays can see at a glance that this array is formed by the power of the Big Dipper. This array is focused on the core, and the most taboo is to break it with the power of the 9 turns of Fleeting Swan. The power of the Big Dipper and the power of the 9 turns of Fleeting Swan. These were all technical terms used in the field of array formations. Let me guess what you want to do. Chapter 27:19. Fu Buoyuan didn't say anything and just looked at Fang Chen indifferently. The latter ignored everyone's pointing and continued, The 9 turns of fleeting swan is the power of the 9th level of the formation. You didn't fully control it. When you saw this formation, you had already made your decision. You wanted to break it with brute force, so you chose the power of the 9 turns of fleeting swan. Moreover, when you cast it, you deliberately added your own strength. However, what you didn't expect was that this formation was completely beyond your imagination. At this point, Fang Chen smiled and said, "Of course, there's another possibility, which is that you didn't see the innate Big Dipper force contained in this formation." Whoosh! The whole world was in an uproar. Countless martial artists stared at Fang Chen with their eyes wide open. Among them, there was no lack of martial artists who knew a little about formations. After Fang Chen's guidance, they suddenly understood and looked at the formation in disbelief. The innate Big Dipper force. Many people discovered the innate Big Dipper force and were shocked. Fu Boyuan still didn't say anything, as if all this had nothing to do with him. But Ye Shu and Lin Sanzhong's eyes lit up. "Brother, you must be an expert in formations, right?" Lin Sanzhong smiled and said, "You must have come here for the inheritance of Supreme Sovereign Yarrow Ju. Why don't we work together to break it? What do you think?" "That's right. This formation is blocking our way and we can't do anything about it for a while. If you're willing to work with us, you'll benefit a lot," Ye Shu said. Fang Chen didn't say anything and looked straight at Fu Boyuan. "Are you done?" Fu Boyuan finally opened his mouth and asked casually. "What? Is the Southwest Fu family's prodigy angry? You want to capture me, search my soul, and extract the formation insights in my mind?" Fang Chen said with a smile. As if Fang Chen guessed his thoughts, Fu Boyuan's face gradually darkened. But soon, he regained his composure. "Nonsense. Do you think you can scare me just because you know some theoretical knowledge?" Fu Boyuan sneered. "If you have the ability, then break this array formation." "Are you trying to goad me?" Fang Chen murmured. However, even though he knew that it was a provocation, he did not back down. The 3 geniuses were no match for him. However, there were Star Ancient Realm cultivators secretly protecting them. If there was any danger, they would definitely step in to stop him. Therefore, he only had one choice if he wanted to obtain Supreme Monarch Monster Extinction's inheritance. "Watch me break it open." Fang Chen decided to beat him at his own game. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the formation. The 3 of them didn't stop him. Each of them had their own ulterior motives as they waited for Fang Chen to break it open. Just now, Fang Chen had already seen through this array formation. He had to admit that the person who set up the array formation had a deep understanding of array formations. The method of condensing the innate Big Dipper force was very unique. If it weren't for Fang Chen's strong attainments in array Dao, he wouldn't have been able to see through it in a short time. "Zhuo Yintian's power," Fang Chen chanted, and a powerful aura of array Dao whizzed out. His hands formed a complicated hand seal, and in an instant, he stirred up the array. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled. As Fang Chen's array Dao power poured into the array shook even more violently. In the end, it directly broke away from the innate Big Dipper force. Condense. After forcing the innate Big Dipper force out of the array, Fang Chen took the opportunity to pour Zhuo Yintian's power into it. Dong. A rumbling sound rang out. Fang Chen had secretly switched the array and secretly took control of it. Seeming to sense that something was wrong, Fu Boyuan roared and attacked at lightning speed. Bang! A vast power surged toward Fu Boyuan, forcing him to retreat. "You deserve to die." After stabilizing his body, Fu Boyuan glared at Fang Chen and said coldly, "What the hell happened?" Ye Shu and Lin Sanzhong also noticed that something was wrong with the array and hurriedly asked. He forced the innate Big Dipper force out and poured his own power into it. "Now, the array is under his control," Fu Boyuan said in a deep voice. "How dare you use us? You're courting death." Standing in the array, Fang Chen sneered. "What a joke. Aren't the 3 of you using me as well? Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of the Star Ancient Realm experts hiding in the dark, do you think the 3 of you can compete with me?" Fang Chen sneered. His body exuded an invincible aura as he looked down on the world. With the peerless array, even a star ancient realm elite would not be able to hurt him. Therefore, at this moment, he was unscrupulous. Foolish fellow, I can suppress you all by myself. Shu was furious and attacked at lightning speed. Two fangs appeared in his mouth and kept growing bigger. Crack! The wind and clouds in the sky changed as a violent power swept over. Thunder rumbled and lightning dragons flashed. The entire world seemed to be covered with a thick layer of power. It was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Child's play. One man can hold back 10,000 men. Fang Chen casually grabbed out and grabbed the heavenly energy in his hand. Then, he suddenly punched out. Clang! The fist and Shu's fangs collided, and a deafening sound erupted. Crack! Fang Chen's fist was forced back, and Shu continued to strengthen his attack. Whoosh! When the sword was drawn, ghosts and gods cried. A cold light shone, shocking the 9 states. A dazzling sword light burst out from the hidden star sword. The invincible sword Qi was like a real dragon, floating in the air and roaming in space. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar was endless. What sword technique is that? Many of the onlooking martial artists were completely stunned. A guy at the peak of the void ancient realm could unleash such a powerful sword technique. It's too strong. The power of this sword light is no weaker than a star ancient realm expert. I wonder if Shu can withstand it. Just as everyone was discussing, a loud roar came from the void. Stop, thief! Immediately after, a vast power surged forth, forcefully blocking the dazzling sword light. Poochie! When the star ancient realm cultivator appeared in front of Yakuo, everyone was shocked to see a sword mark on his sleeve. Everyone took a deep breath, and their hearts trembled. What a powerful sword technique! Lin Sanzhong's eyes were burning, and his heart trembled. Fu Bo Yuan looked greedily at Fang Chen. At the same time, the star ancient realm experts of the 3 major forces came together. Such an exquisite sword technique. It's really impressive, the star ancient realm expert from Hostile Wind Pavilion said. If he hadn't intervened in time, Shu would have been seriously injured, if not killed. How is that possible? Shu shook his head frantically. Remove the formation and hand over the sword technique, and I can guarantee that you can leave safely, the star ancient realm expert from Hostile Wind Pavilion said. That's right. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being rude. The purpose of the star ancient realm experts of the 3 major forces was to secretly protect the geniuses of their sects. They wouldn't intervene unless it was a critical moment. But now, because of Fang Chen, they all showed up. Fang Chen's swordsmanship was simply too exquisite. Even for them, their hearts were trembling with fear. As star ancient realm experts, they could see more clearly than Fu Bo Yuan and the others. This kid's potential was the best in the Despair continent, and his attainments in the sword Dao had reached the peak. If this sword technique was cultivated to the extreme, it was possible for him to be ranked among the blood fiends, let alone fight against life ancient realm experts. At the thought of this, the 3-star ancient realm cultivators' hearts burned with greed as they stared at Fang Chen. No one had expected things to develop to this extent. I've seen how shameless the major forces can be, Fang Chen mocked. Rumble. The formation completely closed, and he disappeared in front of everyone. You want my sword technique? Dream on. His voice echoed between heaven and earth. The formation was activated, and the momentum was stronger. Attack together. The 3-star ancient realm cultivators roared furiously as they joined forces to attack the formation. In the clouds in the void. This guy is smart, a golden-haired old man said with a smile. He knows how to use his advantages. His sword technique is exquisite, and he has an invincible belief. His sword Dao is very unique. Even I was stunned when he stabbed out with that sword. Another black-haired, black-eyed old man said slowly. The sword that Fang Chen had just stabbed out echoed in his mind. If this news spreads, it will definitely shake the entire Despair continent, right? The golden-haired old man said, Man BA, one of the 108 blood fiends, is attracted by a void ancient realm guy? The black-haired, black-eyed old man shook his head. What do you know? I know a little about the sword Dao, and that sword seems to have touched the threshold of the supreme law. Supreme Ancestral Eye? Chapter 2720. In the huge array. Fang Chen moved forward quickly, using the spacetime escape technique. Phantoms quickly condensed, looking for the inheritance of monster extinction supreme sovereign. There it is. Suddenly, Fang Chen saw a flickering light in front of him. He took a big stride forward and rushed here. A circular pillar of light was slowly rotating. Above the pillar of light, there was a halo of light. Inheritance. Demonic chi soared into the sky, completely blocking the halo. Fang Chen released his invincible demonic chi, which immediately resonated with the halo. Buzz. Bright ripples spread out from the halo. In the next moment, Fang Chen grasped the halo in his hand. Whoosh. The halo penetrated his palm and entered his body. Then, the rotating light pillar shattered, and countless things scattered on the ground. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he took a closer look. Vermilion bird inner core, purple light extreme heartgrass, mountain sea life prolonging pill. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Every time he read out a name, Fang Chen's heart twitched. When his gaze landed on the last palm-sized short sword, his heart suddenly trembled. Monster extinction sword? Fang Chen exclaimed. He didn't expect the monster extinction sword to be here. It is said that monster extinction supreme sovereign is good at sword Dao, and is a famous sword Dao expert in the monster clan. Fang Chen said, I doubted it at first, but now it seems that the rumors are true. The monster extinction sword was monster extinction supreme sovereign's weapon, and it was also the proof of his sword Dao. Buzz. Fang Chen gently stroked the monster extinction sword with his palm, and suddenly, the sword hummed. The soaring demonic chi and the monster extinction sword complemented each other, and the power of the array suddenly increased. Condense. Fang Chen tried to imprison the monster extinction sword with the weapon controlling Dao, and then put it into the Sumeru ring. Phew. I have gained a lot this time. He didn't expect to get monster extinction supreme sovereign's inheritance so easily. But the Star Ancient Realm experts outside are troublesome. Fang Chen muttered. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen's face revealed a strange smile. Then, he took a step forward and arrived at the other side of the formation. Open. The aura of array Dao filled the air. In the blink of an eye, a gap was opened in the array formation. Then, Fang Chen walked out of the array with ease. Hoo. Using the spacetime escape technique, he was far away from the array formation in the blink of an eye. Explode. Looking back, he spat out a word. Immediately, the vast formation exploded. The entire place was filled with a violent sea of flames. Countless miserable shrieks rang out from within the sea of fire. At the same time, the enraged voices of Star Ancient powerhouses could be heard. Let's go. Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. In the clouds, the black-haired, black-eyed barbaric city lord curled his lips when he saw this scene. This fellow has some tricks up his sleeve. Since ancient times, those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. If you don't even have this bit of courage, how can you become a powerhouse? The golden-haired old man said. Yeah, however, before the barbaric city lord could finish speaking, the smile on his face froze. Fang Chen was traveling through space-time. His countless phantoms returned to his body. Crack. Suddenly, one of the phantoms shattered. Fang Chen was startled, and his body moved sideways. Dong. A hole appeared in the place he had just been, and a vast aura surged out. Buzz. Just as Fang Chen stabilized his body, a trembling force swept over and imprisoned his body, making it impossible for him to move. What's going on? His heart trembled, and he felt his heart palpitate. Could it be? Seeing the bloody figure in front of him, Fang Chen was disappointed. Shuesho. The other party's aura was not something a life-ancient powerhouse could possess. Fang Chen was basically certain that this person was a Shuesho. Facing Shuesho, he had no power to resist. Stop. A thunderous voice sounded, and the barbaric city lord arrived. Lei Hua, as a Shuesho, you actually attacked a void ancient realm cultivator? The barbaric city lord asked. Lei Hua. The golden-haired old man appeared beside the barbaric city lord. The Shueshuo called Lei Hua burned his blood, and the power of lightning surged. Since this person is acquainted with you, I, Lei Hua, will take my leave. Lei Hua's figure flashed, and he disappeared. Immediately, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief, and he felt the pressure on his body lessen. Thank you, seniors. Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his fists. At the same time, he knew that the two in front of him were also Shueshuo. In a day, he had seen several Shueshuo, and Fang Chen was a little surprised. Kid, your potential isn't bad, but you're too weak. The barbaric city lord said, recently, there have been strange movements in the Demon God Mountain. You've already obtained the inheritance of Demon Supreme Sovereign, so leave quickly. The golden-haired old man nodded. After the two left, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. Thinking of the Shueshuo that appeared one after another, he became even more frightened. Leave the Demon God Mountain quickly. Half a month later, Fang Chen had left the inner area of the Demon God Mountain with the help of the spacetime escape technique. Whoosh! He stepped out and arrived at the outer area of the Demon God Mountain, and he let out a sigh of relief. So many Shueshuo have gathered at the Demon God Mountain. Something important must have happened. Fang Chen thought to himself. He spread out his divine sense to check the surroundings. At this moment, there was a loud explosion at the entrance of the inner area. Immediately after, countless figures swarmed out. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw the situation. Many martial artists' faces were filled with fear, as if something important had happened in the inner area of the Demon God Mountain. Seeing their panicked faces, Fang Chen finally understood why the barbaric city lord had warned him. It's you. Fang Chen was deep in thought when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Damn you, you're actually not dead. The person who spoke was Fu Buoyuan of the Fu family. His face was ferocious as he roared angrily. Kid, you detonated a peerless array and caused us to suffer heavy losses. It won't be enough even if you die 10,000 times. Ya Shu released a powerful aura and was ready to attack at any time. Only Lin Sanzhong was relatively calm as he stared at Fang Chen with his dark eyes. This person is vicious and merciless. He wants to kill us all. There's no need for the three of you to deal with someone like him. A peak void ancient realm martial artist wanted to show off in front of the three of them. Boom! He attacked at lightning speed and launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Chen. Too weak. With just one punch, the person was killed. Crack. When the person's head was shattered by Fang Chen, countless people exclaimed, "Hand over the sword technique and kill yourself." Fu Buoyuan took a step forward and forced. Ya Shu bared his fangs and sneered. With the three of us working together, even a star ancient realm martial artist will not be afraid. It's impossible for you to leave. Lin Sanzhong spread out his hands. Originally, as long as you hand over the sword technique, we would let you go. But now, it's useless. No one can save you. Those who came out of the inner area of Demon God Mountain were all Void Ancient Realm martial artists. The Star Ancient Realm martial artists of the three major forces did not come out. Of course, Fang Chen did not believe that he could kill those Star Ancient Realm martial artists by detonating the array. Did something big happen in the inner area of Demon God Mountain? The more Fang Chen guessed, the more curious he became. Fang Chen was indifferent in the face of the trio's coercion. You want to take the sword technique from me with just the three of you? Fang Chen exuded invincible confidence. In his eyes, the three of them were not worth mentioning. In my eyes, the three of you are just ants. If not for the powerful forces behind you, you would have died in the inner area of Demon God Mountain. You're courting death. The many surrounding cultivators all revealed mocking expressions, thinking that Fang Chen was too arrogant. I'm really curious, who gave you the confidence? Fu Buoyuan said. Ya Shu looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Do you think you can sweep through the Void Ancient Realm with your peak Void Ancient Realm cultivation? What a joke. Even the peerless prodigies of my clan dare not say they can sweep through the Void Ancient Realm. Lin Sanzhong said. Fang Chen shrugged. You don't dare because you don't have the ability. Fang Chen said. And I do have the ability to sweep through the void ancient realm. Even if the monstrous prodigies behind you come here, I can kill them on the spot. Ha ha. The three of them sneered, obviously not believing Fang Chen's words. You're just trying to impress the crowd with your words. Fang Chen waved his hand and sword chi swept out. A pair of blood-red eyes looked down at the world. Chapter 27-21. Boom. Lin Sanzhong's body emitted a terrifying aura as he stared at Fang Chen with his golden eyes. No one has ever dared to say such things to me, Lin Sanzhong said in a deep voice. The Lin family is one of the most powerful forces in the Despair continent. Even the Tianshu Yuan doesn't dare to provoke the Lin family. How dare a piece of trash in the void ancient realm say such things? Ridiculous. Beside him, Yalu was also laughing coldly. He and Fu Boyuan looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. The three stood side by side and took a step forward. Their auras flourished as they surrounded Fang Chen. Gentlemen, this person has repeatedly provoked us. If we let him go, it will be a joke. Fu Boyuan said. As for the inheritance of Supreme Sovereign Peerless, let's suppress him first. How about it? The three of them didn't attack because they were concerned about the inheritance of Supreme Sovereign Peerless. After all, if they killed Fang Chen, who would get the inheritance of Supreme Sovereign Peerless? But now, after being pointed out by Fu Boyuan, the other two were startled and nodded. However, the three of us should work together to kill this person. Otherwise, when the other experts come out of the Demon God Mountain, something will happen. As soon as Ya Shu finished speaking, his body turned into a ray of black light. In a flash, he appeared in front of Fang Chen. Roar! Ya Shu roared into the sky. Two fangs grew in his mouth and his aura surged. Kill! Fu Boyuan and Lin Sanzhong also used their strongest attacks. The three of them formed a triangle and surrounded Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen smirked. I told you that I have the strength to defeat anyone in the void ancient realm. You are like ants in front of me. Fang Chen said softly and immediately used the spacetime escape technique. Whoosh! Countless phantoms appeared in the densely packed outer area of the Demon God Mountain. The expressions of the three people who were attacking suddenly changed. They were shocked to find that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see through Fang Chen's true body. What happened? What secret technique is this? Chen PH, petty tricks. Watch me break this secret technique of yours. After the initial shock, the three of them quickly calmed down. Fu Boyuan's eyes flickered. Scarlet light surged out and condensed into two blood-red eyeballs in front of him. These two eyeballs emitted a frightening power. The power of the Fu family's bloodline? Lin Sanzhong and Yaku were also slightly taken aback when they saw this. It was rumored that the bloodline power of the Fu family in the southwest was abnormally strong and had been left behind by a peerless ruler in the ancient times. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was indeed worthy of his reputation. Wang. As soon as he activated his bloodline power and formed a bloodline eyeball, he instantly discovered Fang Chen's true self. Seeing this, Fang Chen's lips curled into a smile. Interesting. Immediately after, he waved the hidden star sword in his hand. Invincible sword principle, heaven-breaking sword. There. Fu Boyuan pointed to the front and roared loudly. The three of them leaped and blasted away the surrounding phantoms as they rushed toward Fang Chen. However, a moment later, the blood-red eyeball in front of Fu Boyuan suddenly began to tremble. Immediately after, Fu Boyuan's body trembled. His pupils constricted and his forehead was full of sweat. His bloodline eyeball saw Fang Chen's heaven-breaking sword. Because of his bloodline power, he could clearly see the trajectory of the heaven-breaking sword. It was too powerful. It was so powerful that it made his heart palpitate. Oh no! He cursed inwardly and dodged with all his might. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His figure appeared out of thin air. He didn't hesitate to be hit by the phantoms to avoid Fang Chen's attack. What's going on? The three of them attacked side by side, but Fu Boyuan suddenly retreated. This made Lin Sanzhong and Yaku a little surprised. However, they soon shouted angrily. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light with invincible sword chi pierced through the void and stabbed toward them. The two of them trembled, and before they could think, they were imprisoned in the void. No. The two of them were filled with fear. They had never felt such a powerful sword chi attack. Fu Buiyuan. At this moment, the same thought emerged in both of their minds. That was, all of this was part of Fu Buiyuan's scheme. Damn it. The two of them tried their best to dodge, but it was to no avail. Crack. The sword of annihilation destroyed everything. Wherever the sword light passed, everything turned into nothingness. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out. Lin Sanzhong and Yaku were reduced to ashes and smoke. Too powerful. How can there be such a powerful void ancient realm in this world? Fu Buiyuan, who had luckily dodged the attack, was shocked. His bloodline eyeball had already been shattered. After witnessing this scene, his heart was filled with fear and he didn't want to continue fighting. In his mind, he recalled what Fang Chen had said before. He had the strength to defeat anyone in the void ancient realm. At that time, he thought that Fang Chen was boasting. Now that he thought about it, he was too stupid. Run. Where there's life, there's hope. Fu Buiyuan didn't have the courage to fight against Fang Chen. He leaped and tried to escape. However, Fang Chen wouldn't give him the chance. Stay. The sword of annihilation was used again. Invincible sword chi pierced through the sky. No. Fu Buiyuan forcefully activated the Fu family bloodline and the blood-red eyeball formed again. Crack. Unfortunately, even the eyeball couldn't withstand Fang Chen's sword of annihilation. After the eyeball was completely destroyed, Fu Buiyuan's body exploded with a loud bang. His body and soul were destroyed. In just a few breaths, the three Sky Prides were completely dead. This scene made many of the warriors present even more dumbfounded. Oh my god, what did I just see? Not good. Sword Chi Storm. Run. After the sword of annihilation killed Fu Buiyuan, it formed a sword Chi Storm that swept across the land. Many martial artists who followed the three Sky Prides back from the inner area of the Demon God Mountain didn't escape in time and died. After a while, the outer area of the Demon God Mountain was covered in ruins. Everywhere one could see with the naked eye, there were sharp sword marks everywhere. There was also a powerful sword chi that filled the entire void. It was a terrifying sword chi. Let's go. Fang Chen didn't even think about it and turned to leave. After leaving the Demon God Mountain, Fang Chen didn't look back. He hurried back to Tianshu Yuan day and night. He guessed that something major must have happened in the inner area of the Demon God Mountain. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many blood fiends gathered. Fu Buiyuan and the other two wouldn't have fled and given him a chance. Tianshu Yuan, Sokai Peak. After a few months, Fang Chen returned to Tianshu Yuan. He had gained a lot this time. However, as soon as he returned, he didn't rush to hand in the mission. Instead, he returned to his residence. Sitting cross-legged, the inheritance of the Monster Extinction Supreme Sovereign appeared in his mind. The Monster Extinction sword floated in front of his chest, exuding a faint Monster Extinction aura. The Monster Extinction Supreme Sovereign is an expert at the limit of the Star Ancient Realm. Although he hasn't stepped into the Life Ancient Realm, his combat strength is comparable to that of the Life Ancient Realm, Fang Chen murmured. The inheritance of the Monster Extinction Supreme Sovereign had been deeply embedded in his mind. After sensing it slightly, a smile appeared on his face. Because he found that the inheritance of the Monster Extinction Supreme Sovereign resonated with the Demon Transformation Divine skill. The two can be merged. Fang Chen was overjoyed and immediately began to comprehend the inheritance of the Monster Extinction Supreme Sovereign. Buzz. The Monster Extinction sword circled around his body, helping him comprehend. Time passed, and 3 months later, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Demon Chi surged around his body as if it was about to break through the sky. It was very terrifying. With a thought, the surface of his skin was instantly covered with powerful scales. In the blink of an eye, he became a scaled monster. As expected. Fang Chen grinned. In the past 3 months, he had been trying to merge the two, and now he finally succeeded. The most important part of the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign was disguise. With the help of the demon transformation divine skill, the disguise was flawless. Even the aura of the primordial spirit could be disguised. One could imagine how powerful it was. If I disguise myself as a beast, even a life-ancient realm expert won't be able to see through it. Fang Chen said, moreover, there is a fatal move in the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign, which is performed by the monster extinction sword. The monster extinction sword was a short sword with soaring demon chi. Sky-splitting black demon was the most important trump card in the inheritance of the monster extinction supreme sovereign. The monster extinction supreme sovereign also relied on this move to become famous. This move is most suitable for sneak attacks and assassinations. It can have an unexpected effect. Fang Chen said. Chapter 27-22. The commotion in the inner area of Demon God Mountain attracted the attention of the entire continent of despair. Everyone knew that something had happened at Demon God Mountain. Many blood fiends gathered at Demon God Mountain. The Star Ancient Realm experts who had escaped from the Demon God Mountain were even more enraged. Because they found the death of their clan's prodigies in the outer area of Demon God Mountain. After investigation, they confirmed that it wasn't the blood fiends. If it was the blood fiends, they wouldn't have left behind such a scene. They would have destroyed everything. Moreover, judging from the traces at the scene, it was a sword cultivator. When the news reached the three major forces, the higher-ups said that they had to find the mysterious sword cultivator no matter what. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they wouldn't allow him to roam freely in the continent of despair. The news soon spread throughout the continent of despair. Countless martial artists were shocked. Who dared to provoke the 3 major forces? The prodigies he had killed were all the top talents of the 3 major forces. Lin Sanzhong was one of the best in the Void Ancient Realm. Ye Shu was a prodigy of the Dark Wind Pavilion. As for Fu Boyuan, he was the second son of the Fu family in the southwest. His brother was the famous eldest son of the Fu family in the southwest. He was also one of the top prodigies in the history of the continent of despair. The deaths of these 3 caused a great sensation. However, even after several months, they still couldn't find a single clue. Some people even suspected that Tianshu Yuan had done it secretly. However, it was difficult to investigate without evidence. Tianshu Yuan, Sokai Peak. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. It had been 3 months since he returned to Tianshu Yuan, and he had fully mastered the Black Demon sky-splitting art. His strength had reached a new level, and he was fearless against mid-stage Star Ancient Realm cultivators. If he could use the Black Demon sky-splitting art in a sneak attack, he could seriously injure or even kill mid-stage Star Ancient Realm cultivators. Whoosh! It's time to turn in the mission. Fang Chen walked out of the courtyard and went to the mission hall. Brother Fang. As he walked through the tree-lined avenue, he suddenly heard a shout behind him. Fang Chen turned his head to look and suddenly discovered that the people who came were actually Kai Xiu and Fairy Zi Qiong. The 2 of them walked over with smiles on their faces. We haven't seen each other for a few months. Has Brother Fang been well during this time? Kai Xiu asked. Fairy Zi Qiong also pursed her lips into a charming smile. Not bad. Fang Chen nodded. What about you guys? Hearing this, the smile on Kai Xiu's face gradually dimmed. He sighed and said, I originally thought that I would be able to soar into the sky after becoming an official disciple. Who would have thought that it would be so difficult to stand out when I actually came to Sokai Peak? The competition at Sokai Peak is too fierce. Even though we've become official disciples and have more cultivation resources than nominal disciples, the competition is too fierce. However, the competition we face is even more intense. Previously, Brother Kai Xiu and I went to challenge the 7 Stars Dub formation, but we were all defeated. We couldn't even last an incense stick's worth of time. In recent months, almost all of our cultivation resources have been won by the senior brothers on Sokai Peak. A hint of disappointment appeared on Fairy Zi Qiong's fair face. 7 Stars Dub formation? Fang Chen was a little startled when he heard this. He had gone out to hone himself as soon as he arrived at Sokai Peak. It wasn't until recently that he returned that he had never heard of the so-called Seven Stars Dub Formation. The Seven Stars Dub Formation is a strange formation. Even ancient realm powerhouses find it difficult to crack. It is said that it was personally arranged by Tianshu Yuan. We official disciples enter it to temper ourselves. The longer we persist, the more benefits we can get. Kai Xiu said, of course, disciples can also gamble with each other. Official disciples had a fixed amount of cultivation resources every month. This was the most basic thing. They didn't need to do anything to have it. Presumably, Kai Xiu and Fairy Zi Qiong used these cultivation resources to gamble with others. Originally, Fang Chen didn't care. However, when he heard Kai Xiu's next words, he frowned slightly. Brother Fang, there's something you don't know. When we first came here, the senior brothers looked down on us. I, Kai Xiu, know that I'm weak, so I gambled with many senior brothers. But who would have thought that they would force me? If I didn't agree, they would harass me every day. Kai Xiu didn't say the rest of the words, but Fang Chen could feel the helplessness in his heart. I'm fine. I was just forced to lose my cultivation resources. Fairy Zi Qiong, on the other hand, is a little more troublesome. She's beautiful and has attracted the attention of many senior brothers. Many senior brothers have openly touched her and even threatened to give her cultivation resources if she gives in. Otherwise, she'll be banned from the Zhuoshu Peak. Fairy Zi Qiong's expression changed, a little sad. There's such a thing. Fang Chen was a little unhappy and asked in a deep voice. Kai Xiu nodded, but before he could speak, he heard a mocking laugh in the distance. Kai Xiu, what's wrong? Scared? Still looking for help? A duck-like voice came from the distance. A fat man with a big head and big ears, wearing a black armor, walked over with a smile. Beside him, there were a few disciples following him. Senior brother Fatty. Seeing this, Kai Xiu's face changed greatly and hurriedly greeted. Fairy Zi Qiong also faked a smile and nodded gently. How about it? Have you thought about it? If you follow me, I promise that from now on, no one in Sokai Peak will dare to bully you. Fatty Wu smiled and looked at Fairy Zi Qiong with eyes full of greed. I'm sorry, senior brother Fatty. Fairy Zi Qiong politely refused. Humph. Fatty Wu's face changed drastically and he turned hostile. Fairy Zi Qiong, you have to think about it. Can you bear the consequences? Fatty Wu threatened. For a moment, Fairy Zi Qiong didn't know what to say. At this moment, Fang Chen walked to Fairy Zi Qiong's side and stood in front of her. Fairy Zi Qiong has her own choice. No one can force her. Fang Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Fatty Wu noticed that there was a person called Fang Chen. If my guess is correct, you're the Fang Chen who helped these two pieces of trash defeat Chu Yunfeng and pass the trial by yourself, right? Fatty Wu sneered. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you defeated Chu Yunfeng. In the whole Sokai Peak, who doesn't know that the reason why you can succeed is because of your strong defense? Fatty Wu sneered. You only know how to defend and not attack. How dare you point your finger in front of me? Are you tired of living? Fatty Wu was arrogant and didn't put Fang Chen in his eyes at all. You have one breath's time to disappear from Fat Lord's sight. Otherwise, Fat Lord doesn't recommend breaking your legs, Fat Five threatened. Fang Chen glanced at Fatty Wu and turned to leave. Seeing this, Fatty Wu laughed. See? No newcomer is qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Fatty Wu said, at least you know what's good for you. If I see you again, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. After saying that, Fatty looked at Zi Qiong Fairy with his five-colored eyes. Fang Chen's departure made Kai Xiu and Fairy Zi Qiong panic. Fairy Zi Qiong, I told you long ago, don't be with this kind of trash. As Fatty Wu spoke, he punched Kai Xiu's body. Bang! Kai Xiu was thrown off his feet and smashed onto the ground, and he bared his teeth as pain spread throughout his body. Fairy Zi Qiong, although I am not a top genius in Sokai Peak, at least I have a good network. If you follow me, your life will be much better in the future. Fatty Wu said slightly, on the path of martial arts, cultivation resources are very important. You have seen it, You have been with this trash for a few months, and you can't get any cultivation resources. Your cultivation has stagnated. If this continues, you will be expelled from Sokai Peak in the next official disciple assessment. Fatty Wu explained to Fairy Ziqiang earnestly. The purpose was to make Fairy Ziqiang agree. However, Fairy Ziqiang's eyes flickered and fell into silence. Fairy Ziqiang, you have to know, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Fatty Wu said with some displeasure. Deng deng deng, footsteps sounded. Fairy Ziqiang doesn't want to agree, why do you have to force her? Fang Chen appeared in front of Fatty Wu again. Seeing this, Fatty Wu was very angry. Boy, do you want to die? Chapter 27-23. Hearing this, Ziqiang Fairy's beautiful eyes flickered. She just subconsciously thought that Fang Chen was scared by Fatty Wu and didn't want to get involved, so he left. Who would have thought that he was actually going to turn in the task? This, for a moment, Ziqiang Fairy's face changed, and she didn't know what to say. Turn in the task? Fatty Wu was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and said angrily, Boy, do you really want to make things difficult for me? Fang Chen shrugged, It's not me who wants to make things difficult for you, but you want to make things difficult for them. Fang Chen pointed at the slightly embarrassed Kai Xiu and Ziqiang Fairy, whose expression was changing. So, you insist on intervening? Fatty Wu's face was gloomy, his fists clenched, and his aura was overflowing, and killing intent leaked out. If you have to do this, then this is the only way. You're courting death. Fatty Wu was furious, and he suddenly punched out. At the same time, his fist constantly changed in the void, and finally blasted at Fang Chen from an extremely tricky angle. Dong. Fang Chen didn't move at all, and sword chi patterns surrounded his body. Deng deng deng. A powerful recoil force came from Fang Chen's body, making Fatty Wu's body involuntarily take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, he licked his dry lips and narrowed his eyes at Fang Chen. No wonder Chu Yunfeng lost to you. With this kind of defense, you can protect yourself on Sokai Peak. Fatty Five said, however, if you think that you can go against me with this, then you're too naive. After knowing the strength of Fang Chen's defense, Fatty Wu took out a long spear from his arms. On the long spear, there were shocking patterns flashing. Rip! Fatty Wu grabbed with his hand, and the long spear suddenly burst into the void. The tip of the spear flashed, carrying a trembling power, and whistled out. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen didn't care about Fatty Wu's strength. Brother Fang, be careful. Kai Xiu reminded, his expression changing greatly as he was incomparably worried. Fang Chen gently shook his head and raised his hand. While everyone was still in shock, his hand kept changing. Finally, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, he firmly grasped the spear that was shooting towards him. Whoosh! The spear stopped moving forward, and the tension in the air instantly collapsed. At the same time, a fierce killing intent shot out from the long spear and pierced towards Fang Chen. Crack! The illusory light struck Fang Chen's body and was instantly shattered by the sword chi. Fatty Five used all his strength to stab out with his spear, but he realized that his spear was restrained and could not move at all. At this moment, Fatty Five finally realized that something was wrong. His expression changed, and his heart beat rapidly. Let go! Fat Five roared, and a vast power surged from his body. Fang Chen released his grip, and the spear returned to Fat Five's control. Thud thud thud. Fatty Five's bloated body retreated step by step, gasping for breath. Fang Chen crossed his arms and stared at him with a smile. Fatty Five wanted to continue to attack, but in the end, he did not act rashly. He stared at Fang Chen, and after a long time, he fiercely flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Stop! Fang Chen berated. What? Do you really think that I, Fatty Five, am afraid of you? Fatty Five said angrily. If you push me too far, I'll just die with you. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. Buzz! Fang Chen's eyes shot out a terrifying light. The Supreme Ancestral Eye was activated, and a powerful eye force spread out. The entire sky fell silent in an instant. Fatty Five's body was imprisoned in the void, unable to move. What about now? Fang Chen shrugged and asked. Fatty Five's heart was frightened, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He tried his best, but he could not break free. What the hell did you do to me? Fatty Five roared frantically, struggling desperately. I disdain to kill you, but that doesn't mean I don't have the strength to kill you. Fang Chen said, hand over all their cultivation resources for the past few months, or I don't mind cutting off your head. Although Fatty Five was furious, he did not want to give in. But in the end, he still surrendered under Fang Chen's powerful pressure. Even he himself could not imagine how Fang Chen's strength could be so powerful. Here. With a thought, 2 Sumeru rings appeared in his arms and he threw them over. After Fang Chen took the Sumeru rings, he withdrew his eye force. Fatty Five broke free from the imprisonment and fled in a panic. Kai Xiu and Fairy Zi Qiong were already dumbfounded. Brother Fang, what have you experienced in the past few months? How did you suddenly become so strong? Kai Xiu asked hurriedly. Really? Fang Chen smiled and said, I have always been so strong. Kai Xiu and Fairy Zi Qiong took back their cultivation resources and were secretly delighted. Their faces were full of smiles. To be able to suppress Fatty Five with a flip of the hand, Brother Fang's strength can be ranked among the best on Sokai Peak. Kai Xiu said excitedly, in the future, let's see who dares to bully me. Fatty Five is just a small character. I am worried that Fang Chen, your actions this time will attract the person behind Fatty Five. Fairy Zi Qiong's expression changed. It's okay. Fang Chen waved his hand. The 7 Stars Dub Array is the peerless array on Sokai Peak and is also the holy land for many official disciples. Fang Chen stood outside the array, and what he saw was a vast expanse of grey. What an exquisite array! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This exquisite array made him gasp in amazement. Only a powerhouse like the mayor of Tianshu Yuan can arrange such a magnificent array. The entire formation is connected with the heavens and the earth, and it's constantly absorbing the energy of the heavens. In this way, after the power of heaven is refined by the array, it will automatically be transformed into cultivation resources for many disciples. It is really amazing. Fang Chen said, moreover, this array is invisible, I can't see through it. Thinking of this, Fang Chen stepped out and entered the 7 Stars Dub Array. Brother Xing, it's over there. As soon as Fang Chen entered the array, Fatty Five came here with a person. The arrival of Zhao Longxing caused a great commotion. Isn't this Zhao Longxing? Why is he here? It is said that Zhao Longxing broke through the 7th level of the 7 Stars Dub Array half a year ago, and is only 1 step away from the 8th level. Looking at Sokai Peak, only a few geniuses can compete with him. Yes, Zhao Longxing will become an elite disciple in the near future, or even a core disciple. Many voices of praise rang out incessantly. Zhao Longxing looked ahead indifferently. The 7 Stars Dub Array set off a ripple and drowned Fang Chen's figure. Fang Chen? Zhao Longxing murmured to himself with a playful smile on his face. Brother Xing, that guy is too arrogant. I know that Brother Xing values Zi Qiong Goddess a lot, so I wanted to invite her here, but Fang Chen stopped me. Fatty Five said, also, that guy is arrogant. He said that even if Brother Xing went, he wouldn't be afraid. Hearing this, Zhao Longxing nodded. To be able to defeat you in an instant, this guy's strength is not to be underestimated. Zhao Longxing said. What he really cared about was Fang Chen's shocking swordsmanship. Wait for me here. Zhao Longxing stepped out and entered the 7 Stars Dub Array. The murky aura instantly dispersed, opening up a path for Zhao Longxing. Zhao Longxing strode in, and many disciples outside were amazed. Amazing, really amazing. I have been cultivating for so many years, but I can't understand the 7 Stars Dub Array. Zhao Longxing actually walked in directly. Yes, the first 7 floors are no pressure for Zhao Longxing. I wonder if he can enter the 8th floor this time. Many people were looking forward to seeing if Zhao Longxing could enter the 8th floor. Inside the 7 Stars Dub Array, Fang Chen had just entered, and he felt that it was extremely mysterious. This array is not inferior to the 3,000 scrolls of Array Dao. Fang Chen said, one step at a time, just like how I have been cultivating my entire life. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the 7 stars dub array. Soon, Zhao Longxing arrived and saw Fang Chen. HMPH, blocked on the first floor? Whoosh. As Zhao Longxing spoke, he flicked his finger and a vast array Dao aura swept out, blowing away the surrounding 7 stars dub array. Buzz. Chapter 27-24. So weak. I, Zhao Longxing, disdain to make a move. Zhao Longxing sneered, and the aura of the 7 stars dub automatically made way for him as he walked into the depths. He turned around and glanced at Fang Chen with a disdainful expression. What? Not convinced? Not satisfied? Zhao Longxing continued, when you bullied others, have you ever thought that such a day would come? Fang Chen was silent. If you want revenge, come to the 8th level to find me. With that, Zhao Longxing disappeared. Fang Chen grinned, the corners of his mouth filled with mockery. Do you think you can trap me like this? You underestimate me, Fang Chen, too much, don't you? Starting from the nominal peak, he had been honing his state of mind. And no matter where he went, there were people who bullied the weak. Fatty Wu was like that, and so was Zhao Longxing. Moreover, Zhao Longxing's method was even more despicable. He relied on his powerful understanding of the 7 stars dub formation to forcibly separate the aura of the 7 stars dub formation and trap him in the middle. Subduing the enemy without a fight. Zhao Longxing's wishful thinking was probably wrong. If one day, I trap you, Zhao Longxing, in the 7 stars dub formation, how will you feel? After thinking for a while, Fang Chen continued to cultivate. After a short period of comprehension, he had already grasped the basic essence of the 7 stars dub formation. For the rest of the time, he just needed to comprehend with all his heart. 3 days later, Fang Chen passed the first level. 9 days later, he passed the second level. Half a month later, he passed the third level. Starting from the 4th level, Fang Chen's understanding of the 7 stars dub formation became more and more powerful. His monstrous talent in the Tao of formations was also gradually revealed. Every time he passed a level, he could receive a baptism of the heavenly Tao. His physical body became stronger, and his overall strength was steadily increasing. 5th level, 6th level, 7th level. Fang Chen broke through to the 7th level as if he was taking a stroll. On Sokai Peak, there were only a handful of disciples who could reach this level. During this month, many things happened in the outside world. Fang Chen never came out, and Fatty Wu once again unscrupulously bullied Zi Qiong Fairy and Kai Xiu. You two, get the hell over here. In front of the 7 stars heavenly pivot formation, Fatty Wu looked at Kai Xiu with his big belly and said coldly, Senior brother Fatty. Kai Xiu braced himself and greeted. Fang Chen, that brat, offended senior brother Zhao Longxing. We haven't heard from him for a month. He might have already died in the 7 stars dub formation. Fatty 5 said, don't expect him to save you. If it wasn't for this Lord Fatty being merciful, just what Fang Chen did to this Lord Fatty last time would be enough for this Lord Fatty to kill you all. Fat Fifth fiercely said, like I said, Kai Xiu, you will be my servant for 10,000 years, and Fairy Zi Qiong will follow Brother Xing. This is a win-win choice. Senior brother Fatty, isn't this inappropriate? Kai Xiu said nervously. Pa. Fatty 5 slapped Kai Xiu's face, and the latter's body immediately retreated repeatedly. A red handprint appeared on his cheek. He suppressed the anger in his heart. Senior brother Fatty, have you forgotten brother Fang's words? Pa. Hearing Fang Chen's name, Fatty 5 became even angrier and slapped him again. Don't mention that trash to me again. 7 stars dub formation, inside the 7th floor. When Fang Chen came here, he felt the vast aura of array Dao. Amazing. The more he understood, the more he admired Tianshu Yuan for being able to arrange such an exquisite array. With my current attainments in array Dao, I can at most comprehend the 7 stars dub formation, but I can't arrange it at all. On the 7th floor, the baptism of heavenly Dao's power became more and more powerful. Buzz. The rich power of heavenly Dao sprinkled on his body, and Fang Chen enjoyed it to his heart's content. After a while, the power of heavenly Dao retreated, and the baptism ended. 8th floor, I'm coming. In his mind, He recalled what Zhao Longxing said to him a month ago. If you want revenge, come to the 8th floor to find me. Perhaps even he himself did not expect that Fang Chen could enter the 8th floor in such a short time, right? On the 8th floor, Zhao Longxing's forehead was full of sweat. He sat cross-legged on the ground, resisting the invasion of the 7 stars dub formation with difficulty. The power on the 8th floor is so powerful that even I can't resist it. Zhao Longxing said with difficulty, his face ashen. Rip. Suddenly, the aura of Array Dao on the 8th floor roared wildly and flickered endlessly. What's going on? Zhao Longxing also noticed the abnormality. He looked around and was a little surprised. Zhao Longxing. Fang Chen called out calmly. Zhao Longxing turned his head, and his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. You entered the 8th floor? In the end, Zhao Longxing stuttered a little. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The martial artist who stumbled in the 1st floor a month ago was now standing in front of him. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. After a brief daze, Zhao Longxing shook his head frantically. You must have a supreme treasure on you. Otherwise, you can't break my restraint. He, Zhao Longxing, had comprehended for several years and barely entered the 8th floor. However, the person in front of him was standing calmly on the 8th floor without any abnormalities. Zhao Longxing did not believe that he had entered with his own strength. Swoosh. Fang Chen opened his palm, and the aura of the 7 stars dub formation raged wildly. A vast ray of light shot out from his body. These rays of light cleverly bound Zhao Longxing and blocked the aura of the 7 stars dub formation. You want to trap me? Zhao Longxing sneered when he saw this. Boom. Boom. He threw out 3 punches in a row, each one hitting the flesh. The power of each punch erupted with extreme power. The 3 punches hit the surrounding ripples one after another. Crack. What shocked him was that the ripples did not have any abnormalities, and his fist light shattered one after another. This is impossible. Zhao Longxing was even more frantic. He could not break the seal in front of him. How did you do it? Seeing that Zhao Longxing was on the verge of madness, Fang Chen sneered, in my eyes, you are not even comparable to an ant. I don't want to kill you. If you want revenge, come to the 9th floor and find me. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. After saying that, Fang Chen casually walked into the 9th floor. Boom. Zhao Longxing's head exploded, and he was stunned on the spot. After entering the 9th floor, Fang Chen was once again baptized by the heavenly Dao energy. His chaotic origin sword body had evolved to the most perfect stage. Sword chi surrounded his body, giving off a heavy and sharp feeling. I wonder when I can evolve into the primal chaos sword body. The primal chaos sword body was the ultimate existence of the sword body. However, this was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Hence, Fang Chen was not in a hurry. After a while, the baptism ended. Rumble. The 7 stars dub formation shook, and a violent energy surged. Amidst the clouds in the void, Dean Tianshu arrived with a roar. Not far behind him, the person in charge of Sokai Peak also appeared one after another. What's going on? Is there a problem with the 7 stars dub formation? The person in charge of Sokai Peak exclaimed. Tianshu Yuan waved his hand, it's fine. The smile in his eyes deepened. He liked Fang Chen more and more. Your potential in the Sword Dao is heaven-defying, and your potential in the Array Dao is so monstrous. I really can't think of any reason not to focus on training you. Outside the 7 stars dub formation, Fatty Wu was about to teach Kai Xiu a lesson when the formation suddenly shook. What's going on? Many disciples exclaimed, and their expressions changed. After the panic, Fatty Wu calmed down. Brother Xing must have broken through and entered the 8th floor. Yes, it should be so. Some of Zhao Longxing's followers were wild with joy. Did you see that? Brother Xing is a true dragon of the 9 heavens. If you follow Brother Xing, your future will be limitless. And you, have you thought it through? Fatty Wu gave the final arrest order to the 2. If the 2 don't agree, then he will take action. Now, Zhao Longxing entered the 8th floor, causing the 7 stars dub formation to shake, which greatly boosted Fatty Wu's morale. For a moment, He had a feeling of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. Zicheng Fairy and Kai Xiu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. You don't agree? Fatty Wu's face was gloomy. He took a step forward, and on his fist, power surged, and aimed at the two. Then don't blame me for being rude. Zicheng Fairy and Kai Xiu's faces were ugly, and they kept retreating. In the blink of an eye, they were enveloped by Fatty Wu's powerful aura. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Fatty Wu. No one noticed that the shaking 7 stars dub formation had stabilized. The grey aura scattered on both sides, and a wide road appeared in the middle. Chapter 27-25. The change in the 7 stars sky pivot array attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's gaze returned to the dusky array formation. Who is that? It was unknown who shouted, but the entire square immediately went into an uproar. On both sides of the array, majestic forces attacked, but no matter how ferocious they were, they could not sweep the path in the center. On that path, a figure was slowly moving forward, approaching from afar. Brother Xing, ha ha ha, it must be Brother Xing. Fatty Wu was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. Immediately, he turned to look at Fairy Zicheng and Kai Xiu, and became even more unscrupulous. The two of you no longer have the chance to choose. Fatty Wu said in a deep voice, do you feel your heart trembling? It's useless, Brother Xing's majesty cannot be blasphemed. When Fatty Wu spoke, Fairy Zicheng and Kai Xiu widened their eyes, dumbfounded. Fatty Wu thought that the two were completely intimidated by Zhao Longxing's pressure and did not dare to speak. However, he did not expect at all. Fang Chen slowly walked out of the 7 stars sky pivot array. His body was covered with sword qi, and his momentum shook the sky. Many disciples retreated. Their hearts trembled, and they were stunned on the spot. Brother Xing's talent is unparalleled. Are you still counting on Fang Chen, that trash, to come out and save you? Fatty Wu still said disdainfully, let me tell you, if Brother Xing comes out, it means that Fang Chen is very likely to die in it. Then if Fang Chen comes out, what does it mean? Abruptly, after Fatty Wu's voice fell, a voice sounded. How could he come out? He has been. Fatty Wu's words froze on the spot. He was in a daze, as if he had seen something extremely shocking. His body staggered and he almost fell. After stabilizing his body with difficulty, he kept retreating, looking at Fang Chen with a face full of horror. Say it, why don't you say it? Fang Chen said, if you don't say it, I will say it for you. Zhao Longxing was trapped in the 8th floor by me, and I'm afraid he won't be able to come out for a few years. You're lying. Fatty Wu couldn't accept this fact and cried out. The disciples in the square felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Wasn't this too exaggerated? In just 1 month, Zhao Longxing was trapped on the 8th floor by Fang Chen. Hurry up and call senior brother Xing Lei. A disciple in the crowd whispered. Pa. Fang Chen flicked his sleeve, and a crisp sound rang out. He slapped Fatty Five's face. Immediately, Fatty Five's body was heavily injured as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. He turned into a black shadow and flew out. No! In the distance, Fatty Five's miserable cries could be heard. Dong! At the bottom of Sokai Peak, the sound of tremors could be heard. Birds shrieked as Fatty Five's body crashed to the bottom of the mountain. This sudden scene made many warriors tremble in fear. They kept retreating, afraid of angering Fang Chen. Are you all right? Fang Chen asked as he walked towards Zicheng and Kai Xiu. The two shook their heads, unable to conceal the shock in their hearts. Brother Fang, Zhao Longxing was really. Before Kai Xiu could finish his words, he was stopped by Fang Chen. He knew what the former wanted to ask. He nodded gently and smiled. A mere Zhao Longxing is nothing. If he didn't come to trouble me, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with him at all. But he tried to trap me in the 1st floor. Fang Chen's words were full of disdain. Zhao Longxing thought that his array talent was powerful, but in front of him, it was not worth mentioning. In addition, he received the baptism of the heavenly Tao on the 9th floor, and his overall strength became stronger. Not to mention using the 7 stars dub array, even if he was barehanded, he could kill Zhao Longxing. However, after all, they were all from the same sect. Moreover, their strength really couldn't make Fang Chen think of killing them. In the end, Fang Chen just chose to bind Zhao Longxing for a few years and teach him a little lesson. The person who was originally suppressed by Fatty Five and almost became a slave, turned around and became a disciple envied by everyone on Sokai Peak. This change also made Kai Xiu realize more deeply that only by being powerful could one be respected. He looked around and saw the burning gazes shooting at him from all directions. He shook his head slightly. These people respected him because they wanted to use him as a bridge to get close to Fang Chen. If he dares to bully you again, I will kill him, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Although his tone was understated, it contained an extremely domineering aura. How arrogant of you. This is Zhuayu Peak, not your territory. The crowd dispersed and made a path. 3 figures walked over from afar. The 3 of them walked side by side. The one who spoke was the man in brown clothes in the lead. His eyes were like thunder dragons, his aura shook the sky, and there was a faint aura of thunder on his face. Can you bully others as you wish on Sokai Peak? Fang Chen asked directly without looking up. But I only see you bullying others because you are strong, the man in brown clothes said. He took a step forward and instantly entered the 7 stars dub array. A moment later, he calmly returned, holding Zhao Longxing in his hand. Bang! He threw Zhao Longxing to the ground. The latter's face was pale. Obviously, Fang Chen's restraint made him uncomfortable. He looked at Fang Chen with some fear in his eyes. However, after seeing Xing Lei and the other 2, he was much more confident. Fang Chen, how dare you sneak attack me, Zhao Longxing? Zhao Longxing roared coldly, his aura trembling as he pressured Fang Chen. The disciples of Sokai Peak should be united. But you relied on your powerful array formation potential to break into the 8th floor and sneak attack Zhao Longxing. How pathetic, the man in brown clothes, Xing Lei, said. Fang Chen sneered. There was no need to explain. They were in cahoots with Zhao Longxing. So what? Fang Chen said. Boom. A vast aura burst out violently. Zhao Longxing, you know what to do, Xing Lei said. Zhao Longxing nodded and rushed towards Fang Chen with a big stride. You sneak attacked me in the 7 stars dub array. Now that you don't have the array formation, let's see how you block my attack. After saying that, Zhao Longxing's attack whistled. He extended a finger, and a vast amount of cold light shot out from his finger. Whoosh! There was an extremely cold aura in the finger light. Flick Death Finger. This was Zhao Longxing's trump card. It was also the most powerful finger technique he knew. This finger was invincible in the same realm. Zhao Longxing relied on this finger to successfully rank among the top 10 official disciples. My finger contains rich heavenly energy, and it has been improved by me. How can you block it? Zhao Longxing's face was filled with ridicule. The moment he pointed out, the space shattered. The atmosphere around Fang Chen was extremely stifling. Fang Chen looked at Zhao Longxing calmly. Have you thought about the consequences if you lose? How can I, Zhao Longxing, lose to you? Zhao Longxing shouted crazily as he pressed out with his finger. Catcher! The space in front of Fang Chen shattered, and a vast amount of finger light shot out from it. Seeing the crazed Zhao Longxing, Fang Chen shook his head. Forget it. Wang! The chaotic origin sword body was activated, and a powerful sword Dao aura surrounded his body, forming a sword chi halo. At the same time, complex sword Dao runes spread out layer by layer, sealing the void around him. Condense. Fang Chen lightly spat out a word. Immediately, the vast finger light was imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Kill. Seeing this, Zhao Longxing activated all the strength in his body and pointed out. Unfortunately, it was useless. Break. Fang Chen opened his mouth once more. The sword Dao runes around his body rapidly gathered together, forming a huge sword. Catcher. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the finger light shattered. Peng. Zhao Longxing's body flew out as though he was struck by lightning. Blood splattered across the sky, and countless cultivators were shocked. Amen. Xing Lei and the other 2 turned solemn when they saw this scene. Fang Chen's attack was too fast, and the 3 of them did not even have time to help. Poochie. Zhao Longxing's body fell heavily on the ground, and his throat moved, causing blood to spurt out. A few seconds later, Zhao Longxing fell into a coma. His aura withered, and his vitality weakened. "Aren't your methods too cruel?" Xing Lei's palm flashed with cold light as he said in a deep voice. "It's still better than some sanctimonious person." Fang Chen retorted. "Do you know who the three of us are?" Xing Lei suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. Chapter 27-26. Xing Lei grinned. "Since you know, you should know what to do, right?" Xing Lei looked down at Fang Chen from above, as though everything was under his control. "Fang Chen, you should know your place. You're just an ordinary official disciple of Sokai Peak," said Tiger Clamp. "With your strength, even if you defeat Zhao Longxing, you can at most enter the top 10. Even if you're an immortal, it's useless in front of the three of us," said Fengshan in a deep voice. Hearing their words, Fang Chen wanted to laugh. "Apologize to the three of us and take out a portion of your cultivation resources as compensation for Zhao Longxing, and we'll let this matter go," said Xing Lei. "The three of us aren't bullying the weak. We just can't stand your way of doing things. If all the disciples of Sokai Peak were like this, wouldn't it be a mess?" said Tiger Clamp. Fengshan added, "We're already taking into account that your cultivation isn't easy. Otherwise, with your arrogant attitude, we would have crippled your cultivation long ago. In the past, there were disciples of Sokai Peak who offended the three of them and had their cultivation crippled. The three of them didn't come here just for Zhao Longxing. They also wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. During the official disciple assessment, the latter had displayed an unusually strong defense and defeated Chu Yunfeng and the other two by himself. This made Sokai Peak lose face. Now, he relied on his powerful array formation skills to attack and restrain Zhao Longxing. If they didn't teach this arrogant guy a lesson, sooner or later, he would surpass them. This was something the three of them didn't want to see. As long as they hadn't become elite disciples, Sokai Peak was their world. No one else was allowed to touch it. Fang Chen's actions were tantamount to provoking the three of them. If they didn't suppress him, where would their dignity be in Sokai Peak in the future? "Cripple my cultivation?" Fang Chen smiled coldly and walked towards the three of them. "I'd like to see how you're going to cripple my cultivation. Xing Lei, you've seen it too. This person is too arrogant. Let me cripple his cultivation." Fengshan made his move. He flipped his hands and a powerful force appeared, grabbing at Fang Chen's neck. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Fengshan arrived in front of Fang Chen. However, just as his big hand was about to grab Fang Chen, the latter tipped his toes and kicked his wrist. "Ah!" A miserable scream came out of Fengshan's mouth. He couldn't control of his hand. Fengshan was infuriated. He used all of his strength to grab at Fang Chen. Fengshan remained calm and delivered a casual kick. Even though he saw the kick coming at him, Fengshan instinctively prepared to dodge it. But no matter how he tried to dodge, he couldn't. Crack! His other wrist was also broken by Fang Chen's kick. "I'll kill Feng." Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing a handful of rice, Feng Chan was enraged. "Fengshan, come back." Xing Lei seemed to realize something and shouted. However, it was too late. Fengshan was already in front of Fang Chen. Crack! Fang Chen's finger was as fast as lightning, poking at Fengshan's body a few times. Instantly, Fengshan's body was sent flying like a sandbag. He fell to the ground and his aura dissipated. He was like an ordinary person. "You crippled my cultivation?" Fengshan's eyes were scarlet. He went crazy and wanted to tear Fang Chen into pieces. When you say you want to cripple someone's cultivation, you should be prepared to be crippled by someone else. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Everyone in the square was shocked. Fengshan, who was ranked third among the official disciples, had incredible attack power. However, wasn't it too exaggerated to cripple someone just like that? This scene caused Star Thunder and Vice to be a little stunned. The two of them looked at each other and attacked at the same time. "Fang Chen, you're too arrogant." Xing Lei waved his hand and thousands of lightning bolts struck, while Vice opened his mouth and roared. When the two powerhouses joined forces, no one in Sokai Peak could defeat them. Normally, It would be impossible to see such a scene. However, a new disciple who had cultivated in Sokai Peak for less than a year dared to provoke them. Moreover, he even crippled Feng Shan's cultivation. Unbelievable. Get lost. Vast lightning bolts swooped down. Fang Chen shouted and punched out. Suddenly, the lightning bolts were shattered by his fist. At the same time, Fang Chen jumped up and kicked Vice with all his strength. Dong. Vice's body flew out. In the next moment, Fang Chen's figure turned into thousands of shadows and surrounded Xing Lei. Dong. 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 Like a sandbag, Xing Lei's head was almost smashed into his stomach. Crack. Xing Lei's head exploded, and his skull was completely shattered. His primordial spirit shook and blood splashed in the sky. Miserable and angry cries rang out incessantly. Many martial artists in the square were already numb and stood quietly like statues. In a flash, Fang Chen subdued Xing Lei and Vice. He smashed Xing Lei's skull like a sandbag and the latter couldn't resist at all. Kai Xiu took a deep breath and said, "Even someone as strong as Hu Kai couldn't withstand a single kick from Fang Chen?" Fairy Zi Qiong exclaimed. Like a god, he stood on the ground and his majesty was inviolable. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the seriously injured Xing Lei and Vice. If he hadn't shown mercy, these two would have been dead. Feng Shan in the distance widened his eyes in disbelief. While many disciples were discussing, the higher-ups of Sokai Peak appeared. The Peak Master looked around with a cold face. Everyone was shocked. Was the Peak Master dissatisfied with Fang Chen's actions and wanted to punish him? For a moment, many martial artists looked at Fang Chen curiously. "You are Fang Chen?" The Peak Master's eyes moved from Xing Lei and the other two to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. Disciple Fang Chen greets the Peak Master. The Peak Master nodded with satisfaction. "I understand what happened today. Xing Lei and the other two were wrong first, and I will punish them. As for you, from today on, you will be the first disciple of Sokai Peak." The Peak Master's words caused a great stir. The Peak Master appointed the first disciple of Sokai Peak, which was a great honor. Even Xing Lei, who had reached the top of the official disciples with his iron fists, didn't receive the Peak Master's praise. It seemed that the Peak Master valued Fang Chen more than anything else. "Well, let's disperse." The Peak Master waved his hand and disappeared. In the clouds in the sky, the Peak Master of Sokai Peak appeared. The chief of Tianshu Yuan laughed and said, "You rascal. Dean, I don't understand. Fang Chen is so strong, even among the elite disciples, he is considered one of the best. Why did you let him start from a nominal disciple?" The Peak Master of Sokai Peak didn't understand. He knew that Fang Chen couldn't stay at Sokai Peak forever. He sighed. "You will know in the future," the chief of Tianshu Yuan said. Below, in front of the 7 stars Imperial Pivot Array, Xing Lei and the other two had been carried away by many disciples. As for Zhao Longxing and Fatty Wu, who were sent flying by Fang Chen, they were already unconscious. The battle shocked the world, and the entire Sokai Peak was moved. Moreover, this battle had completely established Fang Chen's title as the first disciple of Sokai Peak. His name gradually spread in Tianshu Yuan. When Wu Yu and the other two heard the news, they were overjoyed. It seemed that the day of Fang Chen's return was not far away. He had traveled thousands of miles from the ancient Saint Chaos to this place. He should have enjoyed the attention of everyone, but he was sent to a nominal peak by the chief of Tianshu Yuan. Now, he was walking to the top step by step. He was becoming more mature and steady, and he was also becoming stronger. "I heard that this guy went to the Demon God Mountain," Wu Yu said. Yes, after he returned, the Demon God Mountain spread the news. Wu Gan said, "Lin Sanzhong of the Lin family, Ya Kai of the Dark Wind Pavilion, and Fu Boyuan of the Southwest Fu family all died at the hands of a sword cultivator. I really can't think of anyone other than Fang Chen who would dare to do such a thing. The path of martial arts has always been cruel. If the 3 of them hadn't offended Fang Chen, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Do they really think that Tianshu Yuan is afraid of them?" Bai Ling's face was cold. Wu Gan and Wu Yu said in unison, With Fang Chen's current strength, it's not suitable for him to be exposed to the world. If the three major forces suspect him, it will be troublesome. Chapter 27-27. Formation Sword Impasse suppressing Xing Lei and the other two with his own strength, and even sending Zhao Longxing flying with a single strike. Such means were truly shocking. This battle shocked the world. Fang Chen's name had spread throughout Tianshu Yuan, especially on Sokai Peak. Sokai Peak personally announced that Fang Chen was number 1 at Sokai Peak. This was a great honor. Sokai Peak, Central Palace. Sokai Peak sat at the head of the table and looked at Fang Chen with a smile. It was truly hard to imagine that this fellow would be able to easily enter the 9th level of the 7 Stars Imperial Pivot Formation and receive the baptism of the heavenly energy on his first try. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had created an almost unbreakable record. Fang Chen stood there quietly, his eyes fixed on Sokai Peak. After a long time, the latter chuckled and said, "With your current strength, you can definitely enter the ranks of the elite disciples. However, Tianshu Yuan also has its own rules, and they won't be broken for you. Therefore, in the future, you will have to continue cultivating at Sokai Peak." Sokai Peak said, "However, due to your heaven-defying potential, I, Sokai Peak, have decided to focus on nurturing you." "Thank you, Peak Master." Fang Chen cupped his fists in gratitude. Sokai Peak nodded lightly. "I've been observing you for a long time. Your potential in Array Dao and Sword Dao is incomparably heaven-defying. Therefore, we have unanimously decided to send you into the Formation Sword Impasse to hone your skills." The Formation Sword Impasse was the place where the once famous Formation Sword Great Master cultivated in seclusion. Since the death of Grand Sovereign Formation Sword, it had become one of the most dangerous places on the Despair Continent. Countless forces in the Continent of Despair would send their younger generation to the Sword Formation Extreme Grounds to train. Inside the Array Sword Forbidden Ground, there were 2 great inheritances, the Array Dao and the Sword Dao. Anyone who obtained one of them would be above the younger generation. Right now, Fang Chen no longer had any opponents in Sokai Peak. Staying here would be a waste of time. People from other forces will also head to the Formation Sword Extremis. Your purpose in entering the Formation Sword Impasse is not only to train yourself, but also to eliminate the enemy forces in Tianshu Yuan, Sokai Peak said. If you can kill the young prodigies of the enemy forces, Tianshu Yuan will definitely reward you handsomely. You may even be allowed to enter the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was the legendary Holy Land of the Way of the Sword. If one could enter and comprehend it, one's way of the sword would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. 3 days later, we will personally send you into the Formation Sword Danger Ground, Sokai Peak said. After chatting with Sokai Peak, Fang Chen roughly understood the situation in the Despair Continent. The vast Despair Continent was incomparably vast. Every one of the 108 cities had a blood fiend overseeing them. Of course, the 108 blood fiends all obeyed Despair. It could be said that the Despair Continent was in the pocket of the Hand of Despair. In the Tianshu courtyard, there were 7 blood elemental experts who occupied 7 cities. The Lin family had 6 blood fiends occupying 6 cities. As for the Dark Wind Pavilion and the Fu family in the southwest, they were slightly weaker. 3 days later, Sokai Peak found Fang Chen. In the Formation Sword Extremis, there is a sacred item called the Formation Sword Massacre Scroll. You have to be careful, Sokai Peak warned. Buzz. Every major force in the Despair Continent had built a teleportation array that could instantly teleport one to the Formation Sword Extremis. Whoosh. The teleportation array opened, and Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared in an unfamiliar place. Hiss. In the air, streaks of sword chi whizzed by, and there was a strong sense of oppression between heaven and earth. Is this the Formation Sword Extremis? Fang Chen murmured. He had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible and strive to enter the Star Ancient Realm in the Formation Sword Extremis. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself in the Despair Continent. There's a fight ahead. As soon as he entered the Formation Sword Extremis, he saw a fight ahead. Fang Chen frowned and looked, and suddenly found that one of the parties in the fight was actually a member of the Lin family. The Lin family. Fang Chen's lips curled up, and a cold look appeared on his face. Whoosh! He waved the hidden star sword, and a 1,000-foot sword light suddenly burst out, killing the Lin family member in the fight. Boom! With a deafening sound, the Lin family member's body exploded. As for his opponent, he was instantly dumbfounded and sat on the ground paralyzed. He originally thought that he would definitely die if he encountered the Lin family. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen? He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Fang Chen. His throat moved, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Do you know where the Lin family is?" Fang Chen asked. The Lin family. Hearing this, the man's expression changed, and he immediately pointed ahead and said, "There's a Lin family stronghold 10,000 miles ahead." Whoosh! Fang Chen nodded, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The man was left in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Could it be that Senior is going to massacre the Lin family's stronghold? Thinking of this, he was shocked. A distance of 10,000 miles was not considered far to Fang Chen. Soon, he entered the Lin family's stronghold. At first glance, there were many Lin family members, and 2 of them were leaders of the Star Ancient Realm, while the rest were of the Void Ancient Realm. The Lin family. Fang Chen murmured, his eyes filled with killing intent. Inside the stronghold, the Lin family members were resting. "Brother Mo, do you think we can find the Formation Sword Massacre Scroll?" "Don't worry, as long as the Formation Sword Massacre Scroll appears, it will definitely belong to the Lin family. The Cold Wind Pavilion will not dare to compete with the Lin family for the Fu family." Brother Mo slowly nodded, frowning as if he sensed something. He waved his hand to stop the discussion, and his pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. "Come out." Hearing this, the other disciples were surprised. Was there someone hiding in the dark? Sure enough, as soon as Brother Mo finished speaking, Fang Chen walked out of the darkness. "Who are you?" Brother Mo asked. "The person who will kill you." Brother Mo sneered and spread his hands. "Do you know who is standing in front of you? A member of the Lin family. Then do you think you have the ability to kill us?" Brother Mo looked at Fang Chen mockingly. "Try me." Whoosh! With that, Fang Chen suddenly punched out. The whistling fist radiance instantly enlarged and burst out with a dazzling light. "You're courting death." Brother Mo saw this and roared. He stomped his foot and met the fist radiance head-on. Dong! Brother Mo's attack collided with Fang Chen's fist radiance. Immediately, Fang Chen's fist radiance collapsed, and the powerful force scattered in all directions. "Ah!" Miserable cries came from the ancient gods of the empty ancient realm. One by one, the Lin family members fell to the ground. Seeing this, Brother Mo's face darkened. "Who are you?" "I've never seen you among the younger generation of the Despair Continent," Brother Mo said coldly. In just one exchange, more than half of the Lin family's disciples were killed or injured. This made Brother Mo a little fearful. Boom! Without saying a word, Fang Chen punched out again. Boom! 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 The 2-star Ancient Realm experts attacked with all their might to block Fang Chen's attack. However, they still couldn't control the dissipating power. In just a few breaths' time, the Lin family's empty Ancient Realm experts were killed by Fang Chen. The 2-star Ancient Realm experts looked at each other with anger in their hearts. "You're courting death." The 2-star Ancient Realm experts joined forces to attack Fang Chen. Sword of Destruction. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use the Sword of Destruction. The powerful sword radiance with a destructive aura stabbed toward Brother Mo. Oh no! Seeing this, Brother Mo quickly retreated. At the same time, he exerted all his strength to block the attack. The other Ancient Realm expert attacked with all his might to help Brother Mo rip. Fang Chen silently appeared behind the Ancient Realm expert and gently slashed with the Demon Extinction Sword. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold glint appeared on the Ancient Realm expert's neck. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. He clutched his neck and said with difficulty. Then, he fell to the ground. No. Seeing this, Brother Mo's heart was filled with fear. An early star ancient realm ancient god couldn't block Fang Chen's attack. Wasn't this too terrifying? Very good. Fang Chen was very satisfied with the demon extinction sword. The dark sky splitting secret technique was very suitable for sneak attacks. Moreover, it targeted the primordial spirit of a cultivator. When Fang Chen slashed with the sword, the dark sky splitting secret technique had shattered the ancient realm expert's primordial spirit. It's your turn. Chapter 27-28. Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless when facing a mid-stage star ancient realm opponent. He used his strongest swordsmanship, the Sword of Annihilation, right from the start. His comprehension of the invincible sword Dao had reached an extremely high level, so he could use the Sword of Destruction as he wished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A vast sword light burst out and pierced toward Brother Mo. Without the other star ancient realm opponent, Fang Chen could focus on dealing with Brother Mo. After a few consecutive attacks, Brother Mo couldn't resist and kept retreating. The Sword of Destruction split the sky. 2 powerful attacks were used consecutively, and Brother Mo was finally pierced by the demon extinction sword. His primordial spirit was severely injured and showed signs of cracking. No. Brother Mo was unwilling to give up, but eventually, his body fell to the ground slowly. This is just the beginning. Fang Chen put away the spatial rings of the 2-star ancient masters and disappeared into the void. In the following period of time, a mysterious expert appeared in the formation sword extremity and specialized in slaughtering the people of the Lin family, Dark Wind Pavilion, and Southwest Fu family. In just 3 months, the 3 forces suffered heavy losses. Almost all of their Void Ancient Realm members were killed. Until now, no one had been able to track this person's whereabouts. One day, the 3 forces issued a bounty at the same time. Anyone who could provide clues could join the 3 forces immediately. Fang Chen shook his head when he heard the news. As expected of the formation sword extremity. In the past 3 months, he had been slaughtering the people of the 3 forces while searching for the formation sword massacre scroll. When he found that the formation sword extremity was a huge formation, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, at the same time, he was also secretly delighted. I've followed the trajectory of the formation and found the core of the formation. Fang Chen murmured. Perhaps the formation sword massacre scroll is at the core of the formation. With that, Fang Chen used the spacetime escape technique and quickly moved forward. On a ferocious mountain in the formation sword extremity, an old man in grey clothes looked down at the ground. Suddenly, a stunned expression appeared on the old man's face. Someone followed the rules of the formation sword impasse and found the core of the formation? The old man in grey was very surprised. The array sword extremity had a powerful restriction that prevented life ancient realm cultivators from entering. Only star ancient realm cultivators and below could enter. A star ancient realm cultivator can actually see the trajectory of a formation. The grey-robed old man was even more surprised. He looked into the distance and instantly noticed Fang Chen flying at high speed. Void ancient realm? After seeing Fang Chen, the old man trembled even more. Hoo. The grey-robed old man waved his hand and immediately changed the operation of the formation in the formation sword extreme spot. Not good. Fang Chen, who was moving forward, suddenly felt his body go out of control. He cried out inwardly and his expression turned grave. A moment later, he appeared on the ferocious mountain peak. What is this place? Fang Chen looked around, somewhat puzzled. You can see the trajectory of the formation? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Looking toward the source of the voice, it was an old man in grey clothes. Fang Chen's pupils shrank. He could feel that the old man in grey clothes contained an extremely powerful force. Although it was just a flash, it still made him tremble. Senior, Fang Chen hurriedly explained. However, the old man in grey clothes interrupted him. Answer me. Fang Chen's expression changed, but he eventually nodded. After so many years, I finally met a formation genius. The old man's wrinkled face showed a trace of a smile. You must be curious about my identity, right? I'm Formation Sword Supreme. Buzz. Fang Chen's mind trembled, and he looked at the old man in front of him in disbelief. Formation Sword Supreme? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. How could this be? Haha, the outside world has always said that I've fallen, but how could they know that I'm still alive and close to them? The old man in grey clothes said slowly, all these years, I've been waiting for an opportunity to find a successor, but their potential is too weak. Your potential in formation is not bad. You can see the trajectory of the formation, so you're qualified to be my successor. The old man in grey clothes asked, are you willing to accept my formation? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, and he pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? The old man in grey clothes nodded. What else? Of course I am. Fang Chen nodded heavily, his heart burning. Well, from today onwards, you'll stay here with me to comprehend the formation. When you come out, I'm confident that I can help you enter the Star Ancient Realm. The Formation Sword Supreme said. Life was unpredictable. Fang Chen didn't expect to meet the legendary Formation Sword Supreme after only a few months in the Formation Sword Impasse, and even become his successor. In the following days, Fang Chen followed the Formation Sword Supreme to comprehend the formation on the ferocious mountain peak. 30 years passed by leisurely. During this time, many things happened in the Formation Sword Impasse, and the three forces were still looking for the mysterious expert. The outside world, on the other hand, was relatively calm. One day, a piece of news was sent back to the Lin family, causing a stir in the Lin family. In the meeting hall of the Lin family's mansion. The person sitting on the throne at the top was the current head of the Lin family, and below him were the elders of the Lin family. Are you sure? The head of the Lin family looked directly at the white-robed old man standing below. If Wu Yu and the others were present, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, because the white-robed old man was one of the elders of Tianshu Yuan and was highly respected. Head, I saw it with my own eyes. Wu Yu, Wu Gan, and Bai Ling appeared in Tianshu Yuan unharmed, the white-robed old man said. Hearing this, the faces of the Lin family members changed drastically. The head of the Lin family pondered for a moment, and then said, but Lin Xiaozhong sent me news that their void warship was destroyed, and they fell into a spatial storm. There's no way they'll survive. Now that Wu Yu and the others have returned, does that mean that the genius is also back? The head of the Lin family hurriedly asked, do you know if there's any genius rising in Tianshu Yuan recently? The white-robed old man shook his head. After Wu Yu and the others returned, they did a very good job of keeping it a secret. I only found out a few days ago when I accidentally saw Bai Ling rushing into the main peak hall. As for the genius, he didn't appear. I even secretly asked around, but I didn't have any clues. Wu Yu and the others are life ancient realm experts. They can survive the spatial storm, but that doesn't mean that guy can survive as well. That's right, I agree with the head elder. Perhaps that guy is already dead. So what if he survived? He can't pose any threat to our Lin family. Many of the elders were discussing the return of Wu Yu and the other two. The head of the Lin family waved his hand to stop them. His sharp gaze swept across everyone, and then he said, he stepped into the void ancient realm at 17,000 years. His potential is even greater than Jiyu Tianhua's, whose name shook the primordial chaos. Once such a genius appears, he'll definitely be fought over by many large clans. Our Lin family intercepted him in the dark void. He's a potential threat. Everyone understood the head of the Lin family's words. But the problem now was how to confirm that guy's survival. That's right. Suddenly, the white-robed old man seemed to remember something. 30 years ago, on the nominal peak, a disciple appeared out of nowhere. During the official disciple test, he easily defeated 3 people by himself and passed the test. After that, on Sokai Peak, he stepped into the 9th level of the 7 Stars Dub formation and suppressed many official disciples on Sokai Peak with his own strength. He was personally crowned as the #1 disciple of the Sokai Peak by the Sokai Peak. The more the white-robed old man spoke, the more shocked he became. Could it be that this kid was brought back by Wu Yu and the others? The head of the Lin family's face was solemn as he fell into deep thought. Many elders were also discussing in low voices. The entire meeting hall was extremely tense. After a long while, the head of the Lin family sighed. This person is most likely the monster who stepped into the void ancient realm at 17,000 years. In order to protect him, Tianshu Yuan let him start as a nominal disciple. Head, what should we do? Many elders looked at the head of the Lin family. At that moment, a servant hurried over. Report, young Master Lin has returned. Whoosh. Many higher-ups, including the head of the Lin family, stood up one after another. Xiaozhong is back. Ha ha ha, Xiaozhong must have gained something this time. Chapter 27-29. Lin Xiaozhong's return caused the entire Lin family to rejoice. Not only did he return alone, but he also brought back a monstrous prodigy. Xiaozhong, you've contributed greatly to the Lin family this time. Yes, entering the void ancient realm in 900,000 years. Although it's not as good as the one in the ancient Saint Chaos, it's enough to cause a stir in the primordial chaos. At night, at the banquet, countless elders were praising Lin Xiaozhong. He had been stationed in the remote primordial chaos for countless years, and he had finally brought back a peerless prodigy, entering the void ancient realm in 17,000 years. Such potential is indeed powerful, but is still dead in the end. Lin Xiaozhong said indifferently. Fallen prodigies are destined to be forgotten. Xiaozhong. At this moment, the head of the Lin family walked over with a solemn expression. Family head. Lin Xiaozhong raised his wine cup. We've received news that Wu Yu and the other two who were trapped in the spatial storm by you have returned. The head of the Lin family said. What? Lin Xiaozhong's expression changed drastically. He shook his head in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Their void warship was completely destroyed by my tiger-headed warship. I even saw with my own eyes that they were trapped in the spatial storm. How could they have returned alive? Lin Xiaozhong obviously didn't believe it, but these words came from the head of the Lin family. He had to believe it. For a moment, Lin Xiaozhong's expression changed. His mind was filled with complicated emotions. Moreover, according to the news we've received, the prodigy who rose rapidly in Tianshu Yuan recently is very likely the one in the ancient Saint Chaos. Hearing this, Lin Xiaozhong's expression changed. How is that possible? He couldn't understand what was going on at all. But Xiaozhong, you don't have to worry. The Lin family will take care of this matter. The Lin family secretly investigated Fang Chen in Tianshu Yuan. Unfortunately, Fang Chen had entered the formation sword extremity for more than 30 years and hadn't come out. This also caused the Lin family's investigation to be hindered, and they had no leads. On the ferocious mountain peak of the formation sword extremity, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a thick aura of array Dao. In front of him, Grand Monarch formation sword sat cross-legged. His hands were pressed against Fang Chen's body as he madly transmitted power. Boom! Fang Chen's mind trembled. It was as if he was floating in a sea of formations, drifting with the waves. The Tao of arrays is so vast. What I have learned is merely the tip of the iceberg. Fang Chen murmured with a solemn expression. Now, with the help of Grand Monarch formation sword, his attainments in the Tao of formations had risen steadily. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to set up a super powerful formation. Concentrate and comprehend with all your might. Great Venerable formation sword gave Fang Chen timely advice. Such days lasted for hundreds of years. After 300 years, Fang Chen's secluded cultivation finally came to an end. The ferocious mountain peak was filled with a wild aura of array Dao. It was as though it wanted to envelop the entire world within it. That frightening aura of the array Dao brought about endless despair. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen and Grand Monarch formation sword looked at each other and immediately raised their hands. Array, come. Fang Chen softly spat out 2 words. Suddenly, a layer of powerful ripples condensed from the aura of the array Dao appeared out of thin air. Under the control of Fang Chen, this layer of ripples kept pressing down until it was completely submerged into the ground. Whoosh! At that moment, the entire ground burst into a dazzling light. The formation was self-contained, as if it was an independent space. Boom boom boom! Inside the formation, a vast aura erupted like a volcano, making people feel intimidated. Whoosh! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the huge formation below with burning eyes. This formation contained his understanding and comprehension of the Tao of Arrays in the past 300 years. Grand Monarch Formation Sword's Tao of Arrays could be said to be the strongest formation he could set up so far. Not bad. Grand Monarch Formation Sword nodded with satisfaction. You have mastered the Massacre Formation. The legendary Formation Sword Massacre Scroll was actually made up of two parts. The core of the Array Tao part was the Massacre Formation, while the core of the Sword Tao part was the Massacre Sword technique. It took him 300 years to completely master the Massacre Formation. It could be imagined how terrifying Grand Monarch Formation Sword's Array Tao inheritance was. Back then, I was able to trap the Blood Evil experts with the Massacre Formation as the foundation. Grand Monarch Formation Sword said, now, even without this formation, I can compete with the Blood Evil experts. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Did this mean that if Grand Monarch Formation Sword activated the Massacre Formation, he could suppress the Blood Evil experts? Grand Monarch Formation Sword seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts and nodded gently. With my current strength, I have no problem fighting against the Blood Evil experts who are ranked lower. There was a huge gap in strength between the 108 Blood Evil experts. Those who were ranked in the top few had taken the last step and reached the critical point of the Life Ancient Realm. As for Grand Monarch Formation Sword, he was still a little short. Even so, it was enough. 300 years was just a snap of the fingers for a martial artist. I said that I would help you enter the Star Ancient Realm. Now is the time. As soon as his voice fell, Grand Monarch Formation Sword suddenly slapped Fang Chen's chest with his palm. Buzz. Vast power rushed into Fang Chen's body crazily. This is... Fang Chen was shocked and exclaimed in his heart. Grand Monarch Formation Sword was transferring his own power to Fang Chen to help him break through. After a while, Grand Monarch Formation Sword's face turned slightly pale. He looked at Fang Chen with satisfaction and said, not bad, you're stronger than I expected. You're about to reach the limit of the Void Ancient Realm. Whoosh. Whoosh. Life Ancient Realm experts were extraordinary when they attacked. The power in their bodies could shatter a piece of the chaotic void. Their power was too great. And now, Grand Monarch Formation Sword was wholeheartedly helping Fang Chen, even at the expense of his own body. Under such circumstances, how could Fang Chen's cultivation not improve rapidly? After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Fang Chen's cultivation base finally reached the limit of the Void Ancient Realm. Hiss. Hiss. Fang Chen felt the power in his body surging and his aura still rising. This state lasted for a day and a night before it finally stopped. Bang! With a loud bang, Grand Monarch Formation Sword's body was sent flying. He fell hard on the ferocious mountain. His aura was chaotic and he looked a little embarrassed. Grand Monarch. Fang Chen hurriedly withdrew his aura and ran over to help Grand Monarch Formation Sword. Grand Monarch Formation Sword's face was pale, as if he had suffered a backlash. I overestimated myself. With my power, I can only help you reach the limit of the Void Ancient Realm. I'm not strong enough to cross the barrier. If Grand Monarch Formation Sword forced himself to help, it would only make his cultivation fall. Grand Monarch, are you okay? Fang Chen asked worriedly. Grand Monarch Formation Sword shook his head. I'm fine. I just lost too much power. I'll recover after a few years of rest. You, on the other hand, have reached the limit of the Void Ancient Realm. It shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with early Star Ancient Realm warriors. If you activate the Slaughter Formation, you won't even be afraid of mid-Star Ancient Realm warriors. Fang Chen was speechless. He didn't know how to answer Grand Monarch Formation Sword. After all, he couldn't say that he was already strong enough to suppress a Middle Star Ancient Realm cultivator 300 years ago. 300 years later, even Fang Chen didn't know how strong he was. It's a pity that you can't cultivate my Slaughter Sword art. Otherwise, Grand Monarch Formation Sword was famous for his Array Tao and Sword Tao. Whether it was the Slaughter Formation or the Slaughter Sword art, the power of the two would increase exponentially. But now, Grand Monarch Formation Sword thought that Fang Chen's potential had been squeezed dry. It was too difficult for him to cultivate the Slaughter Sword art. If I wasn't injured, I might be able to guide you carefully. Grand Monarch Formation Sword said regretfully. Fang Chen helped Grand Monarch Formation Sword to sit down on a bluestone. Great Sage, let me have a look at the Massacre Sword technique, Fang Chen said. Grand Monarch Formation Sword shook his head. It's useless. Without my guidance, you won't be able to cultivate it. The Slaughter Sword art contained an extremely profound sword principle profound. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword did not think that Fang Chen could be a self-taught genius. Maybe my sword Dao potential is stronger than my array Dao potential, Fang Chen said with a smile. Chapter 2730. After a while, Grand Venerable Formation Sword's face became ruddy and was no longer pale. He took out a file from his arms and slowly opened it as if he was looking at an old friend. This is the sword art that made me famous. I accidentally found it in an ancient relic, Grand Venerable Formation Sword explained as he opened it. Hearing this, Fang Chen realized that the Massacre Sword art was not created by Grand Venerable Formation Sword himself, but by a peerless expert. When I first saw the Massacre Sword art, my heart raced. I felt that this sword art was extraordinary and would shock the world after I mastered it. Grand Venerable Formation Sword said, however, after I cultivated it, I realized that the Massacre Sword art was only the tip of the iceberg. The creator's understanding of sword principles had reached an incredible level. I planned to teach you personally, but now it seems that I can only wait a few more years. Grand Venerable Formation Sword could only sigh in the end. Fang Chen took the file and quickly browsed through it. Fang Chen did not listen to Grand Venerable Formation Sword as he talked to himself. After Grand Venerable Formation Sword finished, Fang Chen slowly closed the file and handed it to Grand Venerable Formation Sword. How is it? Isn't it exquisite? Grand Venerable Formation Sword said with a smile, let me tell you, as a sword cultivator, I feel that the Massacre Sword art is one of the most exquisite sword arts in the world. Grand Venerable. Fang Chen said. What's truly profound about the Massacre Sword art isn't his moves. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Grand Venerable Formation Sword was a little surprised and looked at him. You can understand it? Grand Venerable Formation Sword asked with his eyes wide open. The essence of the Massacre Sword art is the super powerful sword principle comprehension contained in it that has been sublimated to a certain level. Fang Chen continued, this kind of sword principle comprehension is not on the same level as ours. If it is compared to a god, then we are just the best among mortals. After a pause, Fang Chen continued, I can feel that the sword principle comprehension in the Massacre Sword art is incomplete. As a result, I'm unable to comprehend the mysteries within it right now. All I can do is master the Slaughter Sword technique. Grand Monarch Formation Sword nodded. Indeed. Without a foundation in Sword Dao, it's very difficult to cultivate. However, he stopped abruptly in the middle of his sentence. He raised his head and looked straight at Fang Chen. What did you just say? Fang Chen was stunned. Was there a need to make such a fuss? I said that the comprehension of the Sword Dao in the Massacre Sword technique is incomplete, and I am unable to comprehend it completely. At this stage, I can only cultivate it, Fang Chen repeated. Great Venerable Formation Sword jumped to his feet and said hurriedly, you said you can cultivate it. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword looked a little displeased after saying that. It's good for young people to have drive, but they shouldn't talk nonsense. Great Venerable Formation Sword said, when I obtained the Massacre Sword art, it took me 100 years to comprehend it before I could barely cultivate it. Fang Chen was a little speechless. You don't have the potential, but you don't allow others to have good potential. However, he certainly wouldn't say such a thing. He patiently explained to Supreme Venerable Formation Sword, Supreme Venerable, I have cultivated a sword technique before, and it's somewhat similar to the Massacre Sword technique. I think I can cultivate it. Humph. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword flicked his sleeve and ignored Fang Chen, sitting on the bluestone with his back to him. Seeing this, Fang Chen spread his hands helplessly. He immediately sat cross-legged, shook his head with a wry smile, and began to cultivate. Young people nowadays are too arrogant, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, for 7 days, Fang Chen was cultivating. There was no fluctuation of sword chi around him, as if he was just sitting there. Whoosh! On the 7th day, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying sword lights shot out from his eyes. He slowly stood up and looked at Supreme Venerable Formation Sword. The latter still had his back to him, as if blaming himself for being young and impetuous. Supreme Venerable, Fang Chen said, if you're not impetuous, are you still a young man? You've been cultivating in the Formation Sword extreme spot for countless years. Has your spirit also been worn out? What do you know? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said angrily. Supreme Venerable, I don't want to explain too much. Please watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen stretched out his finger and used it as a sword. Sword lights burst out. Huh! Supreme Venerable Formation Sword was a little surprised. This guy is also a sword cultivator? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword went from being angry at the beginning to being completely shocked in the end. He stared at the huge sword lights in front of Fang Chen, dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that those sword lights contained a very strong killing aura. This is the massacre sword technique. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword exclaimed. He couldn't believe that he had only barely comprehended it after cultivating for hundreds of years. However, this guy in front of him had only seen it once and cultivated it. Was this a legendary genius? A monstrous genius? After performing the massacre sword technique, Fang Chen withdrew his aura and looked at Supreme Venerable Formation Sword with a smile. Supreme Venerable, do you still stand by your original opinion? Fang Chen asked. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword froze for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. I've wronged you. The massacre sword technique is very profound. Even a sword cultivator can't cultivate it in a short time. I watched you perform it. Although you used your finger as a sword, you've completely grasped the essence of the massacre sword technique. You're a sword cultivator. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword apologized to Fang Chen. I take back my previous words and also apologize to you. Fang Chen waved his hand. Your attitude is normal. I'm afraid no one would believe it. I was wrong. I didn't expect you to be such a monstrous sword cultivator. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword swept away his displeasure and laughed. In just 7 days, he had mastered the massacre sword technique. Coupled with his massacre formation, it was enough to kill a middle-stage star ancient realm martial artist. In fact, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword had underestimated Fang Chen. I'm really happy for you to have such potential. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said, you have great potential. It won't be a problem for you to enter the life ancient realm in the future. It's only a matter of time before you become a blood evil. Supreme Venerable Formation Sword hesitated. I have a small request. It's fine if you don't agree. Please go ahead. Do you know why I've been in the Formation Sword impasse all these years? Supreme Venerable Formation Sword asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Because as soon as I leave the Formation Sword impasse, my enemies won't hesitate to kill me. I don't dare to act rashly before I'm strong enough to fight them, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said. With Supreme Venerable Formation Sword's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. He also knew that the enemy Supreme Venerable Formation Sword mentioned was actually the Dragon Controller, who ranked first among the 108 Blood Evils. This person's strength was heaven-defying. He was invincible in the life ancient realm and was respectfully called Lord Dragon. He was also the right-hand man of the Hand of Despair, the ruler of the Despair Continent. The Hand of Despair usually lived in seclusion, and the Despair Continent was under the control of the Dragon Controller. I see. Fang Chen understood and nodded slightly. Don't worry, Supreme Venerable. If I have the strength in the future, I'll definitely avenge you, Fang Chen promised. I'm very happy that you have such thoughts, Supreme Venerable Formation Sword said with relief. After bidding farewell to Supreme Venerable Formation Sword, Fang Chen rushed into the Formation Sword impasse. I wonder how strong my combat strength is now? Fang Chen murmured. At this moment, a group of people appeared in front of him. Dark Wind Pavilion? Judging from their clothes, they were from the Dark Wind Pavilion. 3 of them were in the Star Ancient Realm, and 1 of them had even reached the late stage of the Star Ancient Realm. This is a forbidden area of the Darkwind Pavilion. Unrelated people, leave immediately. Before Fang Chen approached, the people of the Darkwind Pavilion berated him. When did the Formation Sword Impasse become a forbidden area of the Darkwind Pavilion? Fang Chen frowned and approached the people of the Darkwind Pavilion. Didn't you hear me? One of the Star Ancient Realm experts said coldly. I heard you. Then why aren't you leaving? Why? You're courting death. The middle stage Star Ancient Realm expert was furious. He stretched out his hand with killing intent. Die. Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a bright sword light burst out. Crack. The middle stage Star Ancient Realm Ancient God of the Darkwind Pavilion was killed instantly. Heh! Seeing this scene, the people of the Darkwind Pavilion panicked. Who are you? The leading late stage Star Ancient Realm Ancient God asked. You're courting death by killing an ancient god of the Darkwind Pavilion. Courting death? Fang Chen chuckled and flicked his finger. Bright sword lights crisscrossed in the void, shaking heaven and earth. Chapter 2731. The late-stage Star Ancient Realm Ancient God retreated in fear. Who the hell are you? He roared angrily, his heart filled with fear. I'm a member of the Darkwind Pavilion. Aren't you afraid of revenge? Who will know if I kill you? You. Knowing that he was going to die, he roared at the sky and clenched his fists. He instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. He felt bitter. As a late-stage Star Ancient Realm cultivator, he was forced to this extent by a Void Ancient Realm cultivator. I can't accept this. He roared and secretly used a secret technique to send a message. Crack. However, when he sent the message, he was shocked to find that the surrounding void was sealed. The heavens want me dead. He finally gave up resisting and activated the power in his body to self-destruct. Rumble. Vast power burst out, and the aura was so powerful that it made people tremble. Buzz. Fang Chen was already prepared for this. He casually set up a slaughter array to block the self-destruction. After a long while, the slaughter array finally calmed down. The smile on Fang Chen's face grew wider. After this battle, he had a rough idea of his true combat strength. If I go all out, I can even defeat a peak Star Ancient Realm cultivator, Fang Chen murmured. Tianshu Yuan, Sokai Peak. After 300 years, Fang Chen returned. I'm finally back. The moment Fang Chen stepped out of the teleportation array, he took a deep breath of the air and felt extremely refreshed. Why is it so quiet? Fang Chen looked around and found that Sokai Peak was unusually quiet. It was a little strange. What the hell happened? Fang Chen quickly left the teleportation array and arrived at the square of Sokai Peak. At this moment, a disciple suddenly hurried over. What happened at Sokai Peak? Fang Chen stopped the disciple and asked. Senior brother Fang? After seeing Fang Chen, the disciple exclaimed in surprise and joy. Senior brother Fang, you've returned just in time. All of our Sokai Peak's official disciples have been defeated. If no one dares to fight, we'll be completely defeated, said the disciple. After hearing the whole story, Fang Chen finally understood what was going on. A member of the Lin family? Fang Chen frowned. Why had the Lin family suddenly come to visit? What was going on? Recalling that Lin Xiaozhong of the Lin family had once tried to stop him, Fang Chen changed his appearance and walked towards the arena. Battle arena. With a loud bang, Lin Luohua waved her fist and sent the star thunder flying. The huge battle arena became deathly silent. That was because Xing Lei's defeat meant that Sokai Peak had lost completely. Sokai Peak, the official disciples of your Tianshu Yuan are just SOSO. The Lin family elder said with a smile. Luohua has already defeated countless of your Sokai Peak's official disciples. If no one dares to fight, then the Lin family will be the winner of this friendly duel. The Lin family elder continued to mock. Tianshu Yuan's official disciples this time are so weak. They were completely defeated by a girl from the Lin family. His words caused a great deal of anger. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes, and they could not refute it. Is there no one else in Tianshu Yuan? Lin Luohua was dressed in black, and her beautiful face was filled with coldness. She could be considered a beautiful woman. However, she was too arrogant. Every time she attacked, she would severely injure the Sokai Peak's disciples. This caused many of the Zhuoyu Peak's disciples to harbor hatred toward him. Xing Lei, if I remember correctly, you're the #1 official disciple of Sokai Peak. If even you were defeated, then there's no one else in Sokai Peak. Lin Luohua sneered. You, Xing Lei was vaguely angry. If senior brother Fang was here, you wouldn't be so arrogant. Oh! Lin Luohua's eyes flashed when she heard that. She sneered and said, if this person is stronger than you, why doesn't he dare to show himself? Could it be that Sokai Peak is a sore loser and purposely said that this person doesn't exist? If that's the case, then Tianshu Yuan is too disappointing. Then, Lin Luohua shook her head. The arrogance on her face was infuriating. Who said that there's no one in Sokai Peak? Boom. A powerful aura came from the distant horizon. Then, Fang Chen's figure tore through the void and arrived with a whistling sound. Boom. His tall figure suddenly landed on the martial arts arena, and his body was surrounded by a biting cold aura of swordsmanship. Count me in. Fang Chen stared straight at Lin Luohua and said in a low voice. Who are you? Lin Luohua frowned and asked. He's the top disciple of Sokai Peak, Sokai Peak said. While Xing Lei and the others were puzzled, Sokai Peak spoke up. At first, when he saw Fang Chen, he was also a little surprised, but after Fang Chen explained to him through telepathy, he finally understood. This was Fang Chen in disguise. Xing Lei and the others were instantly sure. Senior brother Fang, please show us your power. In the huge arena, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Oh! You're the top disciple of Sokai Peak that Xing Lei mentioned? Lin Luohua looked at Fang Chen with interest. Fang Chen nodded. So, you're going to stop me? Lin Luohua asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Why should I stop you? Then what do you mean? Are you going to admit defeat? Lin Luohua chuckled. Her eyes were full of mockery. For the sake of Sokai Peak's reputation, you're going to force someone out. But what can you do? Lin Luohua didn't hold back at all and mocked him directly. This made the faces of Sokai Peak and the others turn gloomy. Luohua, that's enough. The Lin family elder said. In fact, what he meant was that there was no one left in Tianshu Yuan, and he wanted Lin Luohua to end the battle quickly. Look at your skinny body. I can send you flying with one punch. After she finished speaking, Lin Luohua's pink fist suddenly enlarged. With a powerful force, it bombarded Fang Chen. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't dodge and was still calm and composed, Lin Luohua mocked, idiot. Dong. When the pink fist hit Fang Chen, the smile on Lin Luohua's face suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a trace of panic. Boom. The powerful rebounding force forced his body back. Lin Luohua steadied herself and looked at Fang Chen seriously. You're too weak. You can't even tickle me. Fang Chen said, originally, I didn't want to fight with a woman, but you mercilessly injured my Sokai Peak disciple and even said that there was no one left in Sokai Peak. Considering all these factors, I have no reason not to fight. Boom. As Fang Chen spoke, his body was full of shocking sword qi. That's. At this moment, even the Lin family elder's expression changed drastically. Oh no. When he realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Fang Chen's body turned into a sharp sword and pierced toward Lin Luohua. Lin Luohua tried her best to resist, but it was to no avail. Crack. Lin Luohua's delicate body was smashed into the ground like a cannonball. A large crater appeared on the ground. Poochie. Lin Luohua's throat moved. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Silence. Dead silence. Lin Luohua, who was arrogant just a moment ago, was now seriously injured and unconscious. Oh my God. Isn't he too strong? He injured Lin Luohua with just one blow? As expected of senior brother Fang. He's too strong. Many Sokai Peak disciples were wild with joy. On the other hand, many Lin family disciples were lifeless. Fang Chen's attack was too big a blow to them. Who else in the Lin family doesn't agree? Fang Chen stood on the martial arts stage with an imposing aura. His gaze swept across the Lin family area. As long as you're from the younger generation, feel free to fight. Even if you join forces, it's fine. Arrogance. This was true arrogance. However, Fang Chen had the right to be arrogant. He injured Lin Luohua with one blow. With such strength, even if many Lin family disciples joined forces, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. From the moment Fang Chen appeared, the Lin family had already lost. Damn it. The Lin family elder cursed silently. Qianshu Yuan had turned the tables at the last moment. Behind the Lin family elder, Lin Xiaozhong, who was disguised as an ordinary disciple, stared at Fang Chen with burning eyes. He was certain that this person was Fang Chen. Although you're disguised, you can't fool my eyes. Lin Xiaozhong said to himself. Let's go. Lin Xiaozhong transmitted his voice to the Lin family elder. The latter led many official disciples of the Lin family and left Qianshu Yuan. Although their attempt to suppress Qianshu Yuan failed, at least their guess was confirmed. Chapter 2732. Buzz. Fang Chen's face wriggled and quickly returned to normal. There was a thunderous applause in the arena. Even Xing Lei and the other two couldn't help but admire Fang Chen. Well done. Sokai Peak was secretly delighted. The Lin family had come in a threatening manner. They wanted to use their power to oppress and humiliate Qianshu Courtyard. Who would have thought that Fang Chen's appearance would foil their plan so easily? At night, Fang Chen returned from Sokai Peak. Along the way, he was thinking about the Lin family's movements. Did they discover me? Fang Chen wondered. Soon, he returned to his residence. Fang Chen frowned. He felt that his heart was beating abnormally, as if something was about to happen. This is Sokai Peak, Qianshu Yuan's territory. Who dares to invade? Fang Chen comforted himself. He sat on the stone bench, grabbed the wine cup, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. At the same time, he secretly set up the slaughter array. I'm restless. What will happen? The more time passed, the more restless Fang Chen felt. The night was silent. Whoosh. The wind started to blow. Fang Chen suddenly looked around vigilantly. The wind was very strange. Rip. Suddenly, the void was torn apart, and a big hand shot out from it. Oh no. Fang Chen cursed inwardly and immediately activated the massacre array. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the slaughter array emerged and completely enveloped the entire courtyard. It's too strong. He could feel the power contained in the big hand descending from the sky. It was so terrifying that he didn't even have the courage to resist. With a thought, he performed the space-time escape technique and transformed into thousands of incarnations, hoping to avoid the attack of the big hand. It's such a big movement. I just need to hold on until Sokai Peak arrives. Mitch, a furious roar came from the void. Then, the big hand pressed down, and wherever it passed, the illusions were all shattered. Crack. In just a breath's time, the thousands of phantoms were crushed by the palm of the giant hand. Fang Chen's true body appeared under the giant hand. No. Fang Chen roared as he desperately tried to resist. Sword of Annihilation. Fang Chen urged the power of the hidden star sword with all his strength. The Annihilation sword burst out with the most dazzling power. Crack. Unfortunately, the attack that he was so proud of was shattered when it collided with the giant hand. Die. The giant hand quickly pressed down, enveloping Fang Chen within it. The latter's body was imprisoned, and he lost his freedom. Just as Fang Chen was about to fall, a furious roar came from the darkness. Following this, a brilliant ray of light burst out and blocked the giant hand. Dong. With a deafening sound, the huge hand was blocked, and Fang Chen took the opportunity to escape from the attack range of the huge hand. At this moment, Sokai Peak appeared. He stood in the darkness with his hands behind his back, staring at the depths of the sky. Who dares to be so arrogant in my Qianshu Yuan? A cold snort came from the depths of the sky, and then it fell into silence. After a long while, the oppressive aura in the sky disappeared. Sokai Peak restrained his aura and turned to look at Fang Chen. Are you okay? Thank you for your timely help, Peak Master, Fang Chen said. Peak Master, do you know who attacked me? Fang Chen could guess that it was a life ancient realm powerhouse that had taken action. This person's concealment technique is very strong, and his true body is not here. After seeing me appear, he directly scattered his clone and fled, Sokai Peak said. Don't worry, I will investigate this matter clearly. Whoever dares to be so arrogant in my Sokai Peak will be punished. On a distant plain, Lin Xiaozhong restrained his aura, and his face was full of anger. Damn it. Obviously, Lin Xiaozhong had underestimated Fang Chen's strength and thought that he could easily kill him with a clone. Chen PH, you won't be so lucky next time. With Sokai Peak attacking, Lin Xiaozhong had no chance. It was not the time to completely break off relations with Qianshu Yuan, so he could only endure. Let's go. Lin Xiaozhong's figure flashed, and he was ready to leave. Crack. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down from the sky. Not good. Lin Xiaozhong used the blood escape technique and quickly fled. Crack. Blood sprayed into the sky as Lin Xiaozhong fled in a sorry state. The mayor of Qianshu Yuan looked at him from afar. The Lin family's bloodline technique? Giving him a taste of his own medicine. When Lin Xiaozhong's sneak attack on Fang Chen failed and he retreated, the mayor of Qianshu Yuan already knew. He slapped down with his palm across the endless void, and only seriously injured Lin Xiaozhong. At the critical moment, Lin Xiaozhong used the Lin family's bloodline technique to escape. Qianshu Yuan, main peak. Dean. Wu Yu and the other two were also alarmed by the battle on Sokai Peak and hurried to find the dean. During the day, the Lin family sparred with the Sokai Peak disciples, and at night, Fang Chen was ambushed. This must be the doing of the Lin family. That's right, but I don't know if the Lin family attacked because of Fang Chen's potential, or because they recognized him as the monstrous genius who stepped into the void ancient realm in 17,000 years. The mayor of Qianshu Yuan was silent. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the void. The stars twinkled, adding a hint of elegance to the night. After a long time, the mayor of Qianshu Yuan turned and left. Lin family. With a clang, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed in the Lin family's mansion. Immediately, many powerhouses in the mansion were alerted. They rushed over, and when they saw Lin Xiaozhong, they all exclaimed, "Go and call the family leader." After a while, the family leader of the Lin family was called in. Lin Xiaozhong had already been helped to the meeting hall. His face was pale, and his breath was weak. All the blood in his body had been sealed, and he couldn't move. After the family leader of the Lin family checked him, he quickly reached out his finger and tapped a few times on his body. Immediately, Lin Xiaozhong felt his blood boiling, and his injuries were much better. Qianshu old man, the family leader of the Lin family, said coldly. Family leader, although I'm severely injured, it's not like I didn't gain anything. Lin Xiaozhong said with difficulty, I've confirmed that the monstrous genius on Sokai Peak is the one from the ancient Saint Chaos world. The family leader of the Lin family nodded. The elders and heroes were furious. Let's go and ask for him. This person has too much potential. We can't let him go, or he'll be a big problem in the future. That's right. We must kill him at all costs. Many of the elders shouted out. Or we can spread the news. When the super overlords of the ancient chaos world hear about it, they will definitely swarm over. When that time comes, even the hand of despair won't dare to resist, let alone Qianshu Yuan. In that case, the threat will disappear, and Qianshu Yuan will plummet. Some elders wanted to spread the news. However, the family leader of the Lin family refused. Have you ever thought that if the news spreads, it will cause the super overlords of the ancient chaos world to go crazy? When that time comes, not only will Qianshu Yuan suffer, but the entire continent of despair will sink. The family leader of the Lin family said, the Lin family won't be spared. Family leader, what do you mean? The elders looked at the family leader of the Lin family. The family leader pondered and said, this person has monstrous potential and is a peerless genius. As an enemy, I naturally hope that his body and soul will be destroyed, but what if he's a friend? The elders were shocked. Keep the news a secret for now. Think of a way to capture this person and bring him to the Lin family. When the time comes, I have 10,000 ways to control this person. The family leader of the Lin family smiled sinisterly. Hearing this, the elders were enlightened. They all gave him a thumbs up. That's a brilliant move. Think about it. The prodigy of Tianshu Yuan slaughtering Tianshu Yuan. That's just too exciting. Ha ha ha, it'll be difficult to capture him, but there's nothing the Lin family can't do. Lin Xiaozhong wanted to remind everyone when he saw how excited they were, but he gave up in the end. That guy is not simple. If we're not careful, we'll make a fool of ourselves. Lin Xiaozhong thought to himself. Tianshu Yuan took the Battle of Sokai Peak very seriously. After the battle, the Sokai Peak even asked Fang Chen to move out of the courtyard and directly into the central palace. That was a palace that only the Peak Lord could live in. One could imagine how high Fang Chen's status in Sokai Peak was. Fang Chen, you can stay here with peace of mind. As for what happened before, Tianshu Yuan will not let it go, the family leader of Sokai Peak reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and watched as the family leader of Sokai Peak left. A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. The Lin family. He didn't need to think to know that it was the Lin family. He just didn't know if they had already guessed his true identity. Chapter 2733. Sokai Peak. After the night attack by the Lin family, the defense had become extremely strong. Not only were the elders paying close attention, but even the governor of Tianshu Yuan was paying close attention. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was cultivating in his residence. One day, Fu Huan came to Sokai Peak and found Fang Chen. Brother Fu Huan. Brother Fang, how have you been? The five of them came to the ancient chaos together, but hundreds of years had passed, and their situation was completely different. Back then, after seeing Fang Chen, Fu Huan couldn't help but recall the time when Fang Chen was sent to the nominal peak. With Brother Fang's strength, not to mention the Sokai Peak, even among the elite disciples, you are one of the best. Fu Huan gently patted Fang Chen on the shoulder and sighed. Brother Fu Huan, how come you have time to come to see me? Fang Chen felt that Fu Huan should have come to see him for something. Sure enough, Fang Chen guessed right. Fu Huan's face instantly darkened. Sit. Fang Chen pointed to the stone bench in the courtyard, took the lead to sit down, and poured a glass of wine for Fu Huan. Brother Fu Huan, the five of us are all from the ancient Saint Chaos, and we are not outsiders. If you have something to say, just say it. Fang Chen raised his glass, clinked it with Fu Huan's, and then drank it in one gulp. To tell you the truth, I did come to see Brother Fang for something. Fu Huan's face was full of bitterness. Back then, the four of us became elite disciples, and we thought that we could show our skills and achieve great things in Tianshu Yuan and even the ancient chaos. But who knew that the elite peak was not what we imagined at all? Fu Huan said tirelessly. After a long while, Fang Chen finished listening to Fu Huan's narration. He finally understood what was going on. His expression changed as he muttered to himself, who is this Huanlong guy? He is the number one on the elite peak, and also the most promising one to become a core disciple this year, Fu Huan said with a wry smile. Fang Chen nodded. So that was how it was. The potential of Fu Huan and the other three was not weak. However, their rise was too fast, which caused the dissatisfaction of the indigenous disciples of the elite peak. Of course, this was nothing. After all, it was normal for disciples to compete with each other for resources. However, to Fu Huan's surprise, some time ago, the four of them joined forces and obtained a powerful treasure in a certain relic. Who would have thought that Huanlong would find out about this matter? This guy publicly threatened that Fu Huan and the other three should obediently hand over their treasures. Otherwise, he would teach them a lesson. 3 days later was the appointed day of the Mirage Dragon. Fu Huan had no choice but to come to Fang Chen. Others might not know, but Fu Huan knew very well that hundreds of years ago, when they came to the ancient chaos together, Fang Chen's strength was already above the four of them. Moreover, his potential was at the level of a monster. Hundreds of years had passed, and the four of them had significantly improved. If someone said that Fang Chen had not improved, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Brother Fang, if I had a way, I wouldn't have come to you. Fu Huan smiled bitterly and said, Heart Demon Lord quarreled with Huanlong's henchman and was seriously injured by Huanlong. He is now lying in bed. Fang Chen frowned and was a little unhappy. Brother Fu Huan, don't worry. I will accompany you to meet Huanlong in 3 days. Brother Fang, Huanlong is the #1 on the elite disciples. His strength is extremely powerful. Before Fu Huan finished speaking, Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. Don't worry. I will handle everything. Elite peak. Being able to become an elite disciple was already considered the core of Tianshu Yuan. Under normal circumstances, official disciples were not qualified to enter the elite peak. However, if there was an elite disciple to guide them, it was a different case. Under Fu Huan's lead, Fang Chen easily arrived at the elite peak. Hey, isn't this Fu Huan? What's wrong? Have you thought about it? Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from a distance. Fu Huan paused for a moment, but he ignored it and continued to move forward. Trash like you dare to challenge Brother Huanlong? You are really looking for death. Brother Fu Huan. Fang Chen stopped Fu Huan, slowly turned around, and looked at the person. Repeat what you just said. Fang Chen said. HMPH, who do you think you are? With a cold snort, the elite disciple looked at Fang Chen disdainfully and said, Fu Huan, how dare you bring an outsider into the elite peak? You, Fu Huan said in a deep voice. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and then get out of the elite peak. I can spare your life, otherwise, whoosh. Before the elite disciple finished his words, Fang Chen's body turned into a black phantom and rushed toward him. Boom. A deafening sound rang out, and the elite disciple's body was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing heavily onto the ground. Trash, I don't want to kill you. After that, Fang Chen and Fu Huan gradually went away. Damn it. The elite disciple clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with anger. Brother Huanlong, I don't know where Fu Huan came from, but he is very strong. The elite disciple who fought with Fang Chen before whispered. In front of him, a man in grey stood with his hands behind his back. His face was indifferent, as if everything was under his control. Oh! That man's strength should be above Fu Huan. Although Fang Chen was suspected of sneak attacking, he felt that Fang Chen was stronger than Fu Huan. No matter who he finds, it won't work. Huanlong sneered. He was the first disciple of the elite peak, and he was about to become a core disciple. Watch me take his life in 3 days. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, on the elite peak square, Huanlong majestically led a large number of disciples over. Fu Huan hasn't come yet? Is he afraid of Brother Huanlong and doesn't dare to come? He brought this on himself. If he had handed over the treasure earlier, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Many elite disciples were talking about it. A large number of elite disciples gathered around. After all, one of the participants in this matter was Huanlong. Look, Fu Huan is here. In the distance, Fu Huan and Fang Chen walked side by side. Brother Huanlong, it's him, this bastard. Behind Huanlong, the elite disciple cursed fiercely. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fu Huan and Fang Chen came to the square. Where are the others? Are they afraid? Someone mocked with disdain. I alone am enough to deal with you. Fang Chen's face was full of confidence. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he meddle in Brother Huanlong's business? Get out of here, or Brother Huanlong will kill you. Trash, kneel down and beg for mercy. The voices of condemnation were incessant. Fang Chen stood quietly. His eyes never looked directly at Huanlong. Did you bring it? Huanlong looked at Fu Huan and asked calmly. His calm words were full of cold killing intent. Fu Huan didn't speak. Fang Chen took out a palm-sized mirror from his arms. The mirror was very smooth, and flashes of light shot out from it, giving people an unparalleled shock. Seeing the mirror, Huanlong's eyes lit up. He grinned and said, hand over the treasure, and I, Huanlong, will protect you on this elite peak. Fang Chen shook the mirror in his hand and then put it back into his arms. Fist salute, Fu Huan has already given this to me. Fang Chen smiled and said, although I don't like this thing very much, it was given to me by Brother Fu Huan. Fang Chen's words were full of sarcasm. Boom. A vast amount of power surged from Huanlong's body as his ice-cold eyes glared at Fang Chen. Are you looking for death? Many elite disciples around also shook their heads. Fu Huan's helper was too unreliable. He dared to challenge Huanlong. Someone in the crowd shouted and recognized Fang Chen's identity. I remember, this guy is Fang Chen, who has been in the limelight on Sokai Peak recently. Yes, that's him. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. He defeated 3 official disciples by himself. Sokai Peak personally announced that he is the first disciple of Sokai Peak. Suddenly, many elite disciples in the square were talking about Fang Chen. The first disciple of Sokai Peak? Huanlong laughed and said, so what? Offending me, Huanlong, is a dead end. Boom. Huanlong suddenly punched out. The vast fist light contained an ice-cold killing intent. Rumble. When the fist radiance came into contact with Fang Chen, it suddenly exploded. Seeing this, Huanlong's expression changed. Domain. He saw that Fang Chen's body was surrounded by misty sword qi. Huanlong licked his dry lips and said, is this what you're relying on? Huanlong, I advise you to stop. Fang Chen said, Fu Huan and the other 3 didn't snatch your things. They worked hard to get this mirror. Don't force them. The ancient chaos era is a place where the strong preys on the weak. Who told them to be weak? Huanlong sneered. Fang Chen frowned and squinted his eyes, looking at Huanlong. You mean to say that if I am stronger than you and am to snatch away all of your treasures, you wouldn't say anything? Fang Chen asked. If you have the ability, then come and try. Okay. Fang Chen nodded and took a step forward, arriving in front of Huanlong. Brother Fu Huan, wait for me. After I deal with Huanlong, I'll drink with you. You're courting death. Behind Huanlong, several elite disciples couldn't stand Fang Chen's arrogance and took the initiative to attack. Boom. The aura in the sky instantly became heavy. The attacks of several elite disciples rumbled like thunder. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen stretched out his hands, and a terrifying aura spread out. He flipped his palms, and 2 mountains swooped down and suppressed the elite disciples. Suppress. With Fang Chen's shout, the elite disciples were completely suppressed. They couldn't resist at all. How is this possible? The surrounding disciples exclaimed. Fang Chen's strength was so strong. Just this method alone was enough to suppress most of the elite disciples. No wonder he dared to challenge Huanlong. It seemed that he had some confidence. Interesting. Huanlong said eerily. Chapter 2734. Huanlong's face revealed a hint of ridicule. All the elite disciples knew that Huanlong was really angry. He had already given face to Fu Huan and the other 3, but they didn't take his words seriously. Then, don't blame him for being impolite. In the current situation, almost everyone supported Huanlong. The gap between the number 1 disciple of Sokai Peak and the number 1 disciple of the elite peak was too huge. It was simply an insurmountable gap. I don't know where your courage comes from, but you should be proud to be able to force me, Huanlong, to take action. Huanlong said calmly. Boom. His robe fluttered, and a wild aura whizzed out. The whole world was incomparably oppressive, as if the end of the world was coming. Is that so? Fang Chen said, I hope you can still say such words after the battle. You're courting death. Huanlong stamped his foot, and his whole body rushed in front of Fang Chen like a cannonball. Die! His speed was too fast, and many of the surrounding martial artists couldn't even see his figure clearly. Brother Huanlong's speed is too fast. Yes, even a core disciple would find it difficult to reach such speed. No wonder Brother Huanlong is so confident to become a core disciple. Many elite disciples were discussing. Although there was only a difference of 2 words between a core disciple and an elite disciple, the difference was like heaven and earth. Becoming a core disciple was tantamount to obtaining the recognition of Tianshu Yuan. From then on, one would be able to soar freely. Boom. In a flash, Huanlong threw out a punch. In the sky, a fist light that seemed to be infused with gold whistled as it appeared. Then, streams of fiery magma appeared on the fist light. The magma contained Huanlong's superpower. In Huanlong's view, this punch was enough to deal with this arrogant guy. The surrounding elite disciples also shook their heads. There's no comparison at all. Even if he has super potential and can suppress elite disciples, so what? Yes, Brother Huolong isn't someone ordinary elite disciples can compare to. Look, that guy was dumbfounded after seeing Brother Huolong's attack. It's not that he didn't want to dodge, but he didn't expect Brother Mirage Dragon to be so fast. Even Huolong had a mocking expression in his eyes. It was as if he could already see Fang Chen being knocked down by his punch, kneeling and begging for mercy. Thinking of this, Mirage Dragon increased his strength. His fist wrapped in hot magma suddenly punched towards Fang Chen. Crack! Under the heavy fist light, Fang Chen's body was torn to pieces. Just as everyone was about to cry out in alarm, they suddenly discovered something. Behind the Mirage Dragon, a black shadow gradually condensed. That is, everyone cried out in shock. They were stupefied and tongue-tied, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Heavens, how did he dodge Brother Mirage Dragon's attack? It was unimaginable. It was simply unimaginable. Mirage Dragon's fist missed and he turned his head. When he saw Fang Chen, his pupils shrank. Your speed is too slow. Fang Chen shook his head and said disdainfully, You're courting death. The Mirage Dragon bellowed toward the sky and unleashed a thunderous attack. Boom! This time, Fang Chen did not dodge. Instead, he clashed head-on with the Mirage Dragon. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Mirage Dragon's body was struck by lightning and kept retreating. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, his throat moved and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully suppressing the blood in his body, Mirage Dragon's pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. Brat, you should be proud to be able to force me, Mirage Dragon, to this extent. Mirage Dragon said in a gloomy voice, however, I won't give you any more chances. Wang. Mirage Dragon's eyes moved and a grey aura spread out. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. The grey world was filled with a dense illusory aura. Illusion. Many elite disciples on the square exclaimed. They were too shocked. An official disciple was actually able to force Mirage Dragon to use an illusion. One had to know that the reason why Mirage Dragon could suppress the elite peak was because of his powerful illusion. The elite peak master had once commented that Mirage Dragon's illusion potential was unparalleled in the Despair continent. Mirage Dragon used an illusion. Someone in the crowd yelled. Many people were dumbfounded as they looked at Mirage Dragon. They wanted to see how Fang Chen would defend against this attack. The battle can end now. Mirage Dragon's ferocious face gradually calmed down as he said in a low voice. Fang Chen was surrounded by an illusory aura. He was surrounded by nothingness as if he was in a boundless dark void. Loneliness and desolation were the main themes of this illusory realm. An illusion? If an ordinary person was trapped in Mirage Dragon's illusion, their expression would definitely change. However, Fang Chen wouldn't. The corner of his mouth rose, revealing a mocking smile. Shortly after, he opened his mouth and said, You dare to use an illusion in front of me. As his voice fell, the supreme ancestral eye opened. The power of the ancestral eye crazily surged and instantly pierced through the illusion. Bang! Mirage Dragon's body flew out with a bang. Blood splattered across the sky. He heavily smashed into the ground and fainted. Crash! The strong illusion aura instantly dissipated. Fang Chen stood on the square with his hands behind his back. Silence. The entire square was deathly silent. None of the elite disciples had imagined that the final result would be like this. What the hell happened? Why did Brother Mirage Dragon's illusion fail? Heavens, did this guy really defeat Brother Mirage Dragon? After a brief moment of silence, there was a thunderous voice. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Fang Chen's majestic figure. Fu Huan's body trembled. He was incomparably excited. As expected of Brother Fang. Ever since he met Fang Chen in the Celestial Master Sea, the latter had never disappointed him. Every time they met, the latter would give him an unparalleled shock, and this time was no exception. Mirage Dragon, the number one of the elite peak, was easily defeated by Fang Chen. Who else is not convinced? Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Many elite disciples retreated and looked at Fang Chen with fear. Brother Fu Huan, let's go for a drink. Fang Chen and Fu Huan walked together and disappeared from everyone's sight. After the battle with Mirage Dragon, Fang Chen's name spread across the elite peak. Countless elite disciples began to inquire about Fang Chen. Who was this person and why was he so powerful? This battle also attracted the attention of many high-level officials in Tianshu Yuan. Dean, this is not good. One of the elders said in a low voice. Fang Chen defeated Mirage Dragon and shocked the world. Now all the disciples in Tianshu Yuan are talking about him. The elder said, even many core disciples are investigating his origin. The chief of Tianshu Yuan nodded, his eyes deep. I know what you are worried about. After a pause, the chief of Tianshu Yuan continued, but, before the chief of Tianshu Yuan could finish his words, his face suddenly changed, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the sky above Tianshu Yuan. The chief of Tianshu Yuan looked at the distant sky. In front of a city, thick smoke billowed. He clenched his fists, and his face was gloomy. Damn it, does the Lin family want to start a war with Tianshu Yuan? The chief of Tianshu Yuan tiptoed and came to the sky above the city with thick smoke billowing. Stop! The chief of Tianshu Yuan roared and pressed his hand down. A terrifying force instantly attacked. Tianshu Old Ghost. At this moment, the void was torn, and a black fist burst out, blocking the chief of Tianshu Yuan's attack. Then, a figure appeared. The appearance of this figure caused the battle to end temporarily. Old Ghost Lin, what do you mean? The chief of Tianshu Yuan asked coldly. Tianshu Yuan and the Lin family have never interacted, but the Lin family openly declared war on Tianshu Yuan. Old Ghost Tianshu, do you still remember what happened 10,000 years ago? The chief of the Lin family said, the three nearby cities originally belonged to the Lin family, but the Tianshu Yuan forcibly took them away. Now, the Lin family has come to take them back. If you don't want to start a war, then hand over the 3 cities. In your dreams. The chief of Tianshu Yuan bared his teeth and roared angrily. Then there is no other way. Boom. The 2 powerhouses started a battle at the pinnacle, and it was exceptionally intense. Chapter 2735. A few days later, a rumbling sound came from the alien battlefield. Then, 2 figures jumped out and landed in the sky above the war-torn city. They looked at each other from a distance. It could be seen that the 2 powerhouses' clothes were disheveled, and they seemed to be in a sorry state. Powerhouses like them had already surpassed the ancient gods. Their attack power was so powerful that it was daunting. If the 2 of them attacked with all their strength, no one could stop them unless the hand of despair appeared in person. Fortunately, powerhouses like them were considered top powerhouses in the primordial chaos, and there weren't many of them. In the vast despair continent, there were less than a handful of them. Tianshu Old Man, the head of the Lin family, spoke first. The Lin family was the first to start the war. They came prepared, so they didn't fear the Tianshu Yuan. If we continue to fight, the despair continent will be destroyed. At that time, the hand of despair will definitely intervene. The head of the Lin family said, and now, we can't determine the winner. What do you think? A ripple appeared in the sky above the war-torn city, completely enveloping the 2 of them. The people below couldn't hear what the 2 of them were talking about. After a long while, the ripple disappeared. The head of the Lin family sneered and turned to leave. The head of the Tianshu Yuan glanced at the destroyed city with a gloomy face. He flung his sleeves and returned to the Tianshu Yuan. In the conference hall of the main peak. In a short while, many elders had gathered. Their faces were very serious because they already knew that the Lin family had launched an all-out war against the Tianshu Yuan. It was obvious that the head of the Tianshu Yuan had summoned them here for this matter. Sure enough, after everyone had arrived, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The head of the Tianshu Yuan said in a deep voice, the Lin family started the war first and intends to take back the 3 cities. The Tianshu Yuan naturally won't give up so easily. From today onward, all disciples will participate in the war. The head of the Tianshu Yuan and the head of the Lin family had an agreement that no high-level powerhouses could enter each battle zone. Otherwise, It would destroy the balance of the war. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, this was the custom of the continent of despair and even the primordial chaos. Official disciples will depart today and head to Luotian City. The elite disciples will go to Blackveil City, while the core disciples will go to Chaos City. Soon, the Tianshu Yuan chief finished assigning the positions. The various elders returned one after another and began to arrange the formation of the various disciples. Dean Wu Yu and the other two stayed behind and asked, "What about Fang Chen? Which war zone should he go to?" With Fang Chen's strength, he was fully qualified to be a core disciple, but his current status was that of an official disciple. If he went to the Luotian City war zone, he would definitely crush the other party. Once the Lin family determined that he was a high-level martial artist, they would definitely tear up the agreement and launch the strongest attack on Tianshu Yuan. Let him go to Chaos Sky City. The chief of Tianshu Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. At this point, the Lin family already knew Fang Chen's identity. There was no point in continuing to hide it. It just so happened that he could use this opportunity to let Fang Chen experience more life and death situations and break through as soon as possible. In just 3 days, many disciples left Tianshu Yuan. The one leading the core disciples to Chaos Sky City was Wu Yu. He walked side by side with Fang Chen, chatting and laughing along the way. This scene surprised many of the core disciples. Who was this person? Why was he on the same level as Wu Yu? A man in black walked in the corner of the group. His dark eyes swept over Fang Chen as he licked his dry lips. "Big brother, this is the official disciple Fang Chen who suppressed the entire elite peak by himself." Beside him, a fat man with big ears said in a simple and honest manner. "It's him." The black-clothed man's eyes emitted a gloomy light. It is said that he has great potential, especially in the field of illusion. He beat Huan Long to a pulp. HMPH, Huan Long was not strong. It was just a boast by many disciples of the elite peak. If he was on Tianyun Peak, he wouldn't even be in the top 20, the fat man continued. Obviously, he didn't care about Fang Chen at all. The black-clothed man shook his head. "I can feel that this person has an extremely strong aura. He can't be underestimated." A core disciple was already the highest level of disciple in Tianshu Yuan. The threshold for a core disciple was the Star Ancient Realm. And the black-clothed man in front of him was an expert at the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. "Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know when we pull him out." The fat man said, "When we reach the battlefield of Chaos Sky City, we'll know if he has the strength to make you fight, big brother." A few days later, a group of people arrived at the battlefield of Chaos Sky City. The huge Chaos Sky City had been besieged by the chief of Tianshu Yuan and the head of the Lin family. The residents of the city had already left. It had become a battlefield of Azura, and the smell of blood filled the air. "After we go in, everyone be careful. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions," Wu Yu reminded. "Chaos Sky City is very big. Don't act blindly. Pay attention to hiding your tracks. If you're seriously injured and your life is in danger, retreat immediately." "Got it." Everyone nodded. "Okay, let's go in." Wu Yu took out a flag from his pocket and waved it gently. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the powerful seal, and a vast aura slowly flowed out. Boom! Many core disciples swarmed into the battlefield of Chaos Sky City. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen appeared in an open space. Suddenly, a large amount of information about the battlefield of Chaos Sky City appeared in his mind. After a brief check, Fang Chen suddenly understood. Under his feet, there was a circular disc with a radius of about 1 mile. This was the safe zone. As long as one stepped into the circular disc, they could leave the battlefield with a thought. Once they left the circular disc, it meant that they had entered the most brutal battlefield. "Let's go." Many of the core disciples did not stop and rushed into the battle zone in high spirits. "Hunting the enemy will give me the corresponding merit points," Fang Chen murmured. The more merit points he had, the more precious treasures he could exchange for. "Just nice, I can comprehend the invincible sword Dao." The battlefield of Chaos Sky City was filled with smoke, and the entire ground was grey. This place blocked the detection of divine senses and could only be observed with the naked eye. Fang Chen hid in the void and looked around. After waiting for a long time, he did not find any Lin family disciples. I can't waste time like this. Fang Chen thought in his heart and quickly came up with a solution. With a thought, he condensed a phantom doppelganger. He then controlled the phantom doppelganger and slowly walked on the ground. As for himself, he used the spacetime escape technique to hide in the void behind him. As soon as the phantom doppelganger appeared, Fang Chen felt a few auras coming over, as if they were sizing up his phantom doppelganger. Boom! All of a sudden, a golden fist radiance appeared in the grey void. Bang! The sudden fist instantly shattered Fang Chen's phantom doppelganger. Not good. At this moment, the Lin family disciple in the dark shouted and quickly retreated. It's too late. Fang Chen descended from the sky and locked his aura on the Lin family disciple. He drew the hidden star sword and swung it. Whoosh! Invincible sword principle, sword of destruction. Crack! The Lin family disciple's body fell to the ground and lost his vitality. His eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. Fang Chen came in front of the Lin family disciple, stretched out his hand, and activated the token. Immediately, the Lin family disciple's bloodline power was absorbed. Buzz! After absorbing the Lin family disciple's bloodline power, a line of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Merit points, 100 points. Killing an early-stage star ancient realm ancient god only gives me 100 merit points. Fang Chen pursed his lips. It seemed that the token automatically recognized the cultivator's cultivation and awarded merit points. Continue. Next, Fang Chen used this method to lure 3 more Lin family disciples. 2 of them were early-stage star ancient realm, and the last one was middle-stage star ancient realm. After killing all 3 of them, the merit points in the token increased to 1,300 points. Middle-stage star ancient realm ancient god, 1,000 merit points. Seeing this, Fang Chen nodded. As he had guessed, the higher the cultivation of the enemy, the more merit points he would receive. Now, it seemed that he could basically confirm that early-stage star ancient realm ancient gods were worth 100 merit points, and middle-stage ancient gods were worth 1,000 merit points. Chapter 2736. Fang Chen thought that it would be easy to gain merit points, but he was wrong. He underestimated the cruelty of war. His method was effective in the early stages, but as time passed, the Lin family members became smarter and began to counterattack. There was even one time when Fang Chen fell into the Lin family's trap and lost a phantom doppelganger. Fang Chen, who had the spacetime escape technique, didn't have to worry about the phantom doppelganger. But it was different for others. If they wanted to lure the enemy out, they had to pay a high price. Half a month later, Fang Chen's merit points had increased to 4,000. On the merit monument in the Chaos Sky City's war zone, the top 10 disciples had more than 10,000 merit points. His 4,000 merit points couldn't even rank in the top 30. One could imagine how fierce the battle was. The enemy is getting more and more cunning. It's difficult to lure them with phantom doppelganger now. On a mountain peak, Fang Chen stood quietly, looking down at the earth and murmuring. But there's still time. The war will last for a long time. There's no need to rush. Fang Chen continued. During this time, his understanding of the invincible sword principle had become deeper and deeper. The sword of annihilation was also close to perfection. He even vaguely straightened out the next development of the invincible sword principle. This was definitely a good thing for him. Sure enough, only by experiencing the edge of life and death can one gain enlightenment. Fang Chen smiled. Buzz. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly, but he soon relaxed. Because the token in his arms flashed, indicating that the person was a fellow disciple from Tianshu Yuan. Whoosh! A man in white armor appeared in front of Fang Chen. Did you see the Lin family members pass by here? The man in white armor asked. Fang Chen shook his head. I've been chasing him just now. I'm sure he passed by here. The man in white armor said, You really didn't see him? While talking to Fang Chen, The white-armored man quietly approached Fang Chen. When the latter turned around, the man in white armor suddenly attacked. Die. He held the spear in his hand and abruptly thrust it forward. Rip. The long spear pierced Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen did not expect the latter to attack him. What? You didn't expect this, did you? A jumping clown will always be a jumping clown. Even if he defeated the number 1 elite disciple, Mirage Dragon, it would still be useless. The white-armored man held his spear and exerted force, wanting to pierce through Fang Chen's body. However, at this moment, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, the spear would not budge. What happened? The man in white armor looked up and saw that Fang Chen's body was shrouded in a halo of sword chi. Sword body? The white-armored man sneered, "Watch my spear break your sword body." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in white armor kicked the other end of the spear. Bang! Suddenly, the power on the tip of the spear soared to the extreme. Catcher! The spear pierced through the halo of sword chi, causing the halo of sword chi formed by Fang Chen's chaotic origin sword body to show signs of cracking. If Tianshu Yuan finds out that you killed a fellow disciple, you will die without a doubt. Fang Chen said coldly. Find out? Who would know? I'll kill you and take your head to exchange for some contribution points with the disciples of the Lin clan. Why not? The white-armored man sneered. Bang. So that's how it is. Fang Chen nodded. He finally understood why the white-armored man wanted to ambush him. He lightly shook his head, his face filled with disdain. When you ambush others, are you prepared to be killed? Startling spear thrust. The man in white armor pulled back his spear. Then, he exerted his strength and stabbed out again. Die. Bang. This time, Fang Chen pushed his chaotic origin sword body to the extreme, raising his defense to the highest level. The white-armored man's spear blocked the halo of sword chi. What's laughable is that you can't even break my defense. Do you think you can kill me? Xiu. Fang Chen stomped his feet and stepped on the body of the spear. In an instant, he arrived in front of the white-armored man. Before the white-armored man could react, he punched out. Dong. The powerful fist directly suppressed the white-armored man. Die. With a catcher sound, the white-armored man's head shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Huala. The white-armored man fell. The token on his body automatically appeared and leaned against Fang Chen's token. The two tokens spun rapidly and stopped after a while. Fang Chen moved his mind and discovered that his token had an additional 7,000 contribution points. MN. Fang Chen was slightly surprised. But after thinking carefully, he understood. You reap what you sow. After glancing at the white-armored man's body, Fang Chen turned and left. As time passed, the war became more and more brutal. The number of casualties increased. There were several times when Fang Chen was chased by the Lin clan experts and escaped to the round disk. Huala. Fang Chen's body appeared outside the chaotic Sky City. You're injured. Wu Yu was in charge of this battlefield. When he saw Fang Chen appear, he immediately walked over. I was chased by Lin Zilong. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. Lin Zilong is one of the best among the core disciples of the Lin clan. His cultivation has reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm and he is ranked 3rd among the core disciples. It's not bad that you could escape from him. Wu Yu said, you should recuperate here first. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate. In the blink of an eye, the war had lasted for a year. Fang Chen's merit points had reached more than 30,000, but he still couldn't make it into the top 10. During this period of time, the other two battle zones also had their own results. The Luotian city battle zone had completely fallen. Only a few dozen official disciples, including Xing Lei, managed to escape with their last breaths. Among the official disciples of the Lin clan, a monstrous genius had appeared and completely crushed Xing Lei and the others. The official disciples of Tianshu Yuan had no power to fight back. They struggled for a year and finally lost. 3 months after the fall of Luotian City, news of victory came from Blackvale City. The elite disciples of Tianshu Yuan and the Lin clan were equally matched in the life and death struggle. At the critical moment, Huanlong turned the tide and performed a forbidden illusion, temporarily affecting the Lin clan disciples and buying time for the other disciples of the elite peak. Thus, the elite peak disciples defeated the Lin clan disciples in one fell swoop. According to eyewitnesses, when the battle in the Blackvale City battle zone came to an end, it was a scene of devastation. The buildings were almost razed to the ground, and Huanlong was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was carried out by many elite disciples. With the help of the elite disciples, Qianshu Yuan managed to win back a city and tied with the Lin clan for the time being. At this time, on the continent of despair, everyone's eyes were focused on the Chaos Sky City battle zone. Because this battle was very important to the success of the two superpowers. If the Qianshu courtyard were to win, then they would become a first-rate force in the Despair continent, suppressing the Lin family until they could not raise their heads. If the Lin clan won, they would have 3 cities and their power would skyrocket. It was very likely that they would surpass Qianshu Yuan in a short time. Therefore, no one could afford to lose this battle. In the Chaos Sky City battle zone, many core disciples were in a killing frenzy. Outside the battle zone, whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes. Sword aura surrounded his body. His mind was filled with a strong sword aura. In just a year, his understanding of the invincible sword principle had reached an incredible level. The first step of the invincible sword principle, the sword of destruction, has been completely perfected. As for the second step, I already have some ideas. Fang Chen got up. He had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. If he wanted to create the second move of the invincible sword principle, he would have to experience life and death and carry out endless killing. He plunged into the battle zone. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "This guy has improved a lot in the past year. I can feel a powerful sword principle from him that I have never seen before." Although he didn't know much about the invincible sword principle, Wu Yu's intuition told him that the sword principle that Fang Chen cultivated was absolutely extraordinary. "I hope you can complete your transformation in this battle," Wu Yu murmured. He was the one who brought Fang Chen back from the ancient Saint Chaos. In his heart, he also hoped that Fang Chen could grow. Chapter 2737. Chaotic Sky City War Zone. Fang Chen was flying high in the sky, overlooking the earth, looking for the Lin family disciples. They're all hidden. After searching for a while, Fang Chen found nothing. He felt a little helpless. No one would dare to act rashly without full confidence, so it was quite difficult to find them. Just as he was thinking, he saw a figure looming on the ground in front of him from the corner of his eye. A disciple of the Lin family. Fang Chen recognized the symbol on the latter's clothes at a glance. Immediately, he activated the spacetime escape technique to the extreme and whizzed down in an instant. However, before he could get close, a core disciple of Qianshu Yuan appeared out of thin air. Fang Chen stopped and didn't continue to dive down. Because he could see that the disciple of the Lin family, who was at the late stage of the Void Ancient Realm, was being chased by the core disciple. "You can't escape." The disciple of the Lin family fled in front, but an angry roar came from behind. "Damn it!" The disciple of the Lin family was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He could only escape. Lunatic, he's a lunatic. He kept cursing. The guy chasing him didn't hesitate to use the forbidden divine art of Qianshu Yuan in order to kill him. Even at the cost of both sides, he wanted to kill him. Huff, huff, huff. After continuous high-intensity flight, he was gasping for breath. Bang! The disciple of Qianshu Yuan who was chasing him fell to the ground with a bang. "What? You're not chasing anymore?" Lin Hongyi walked toward the disciple of Qianshu Yuan, the corners of his mouth curled up, full of disdain. Bang! He kicked the disciple of Qianshu Yuan, but the latter didn't react at all. His aura was weak, and he suffered a powerful backlash. "If I didn't have the seal of the life ancient realm to protect me, I would have been killed by your forbidden divine art." Lin Hongyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched the head of the disciple of Qianshu Yuan. Bang! Lin Hongyi felt as if his fist had collided with a wall. The pain spread throughout his body. Thud, thud, thud. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, he saw a man appear in front of the Tianshu Yuan disciples. Another one here to die. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Hengyi discovered that his opponent was only at the Void Ancient Realm. Why would Tianshu Yuan allow a Void Ancient Realm martial artist to enter the Chaos Sky City? Lin Hengyi sneered. What? You want to save him with your meager strength? Fang Chen's palm pressed against the Tianshu Yuan disciple's body, and a powerful force was injected into his body. In the blink of an eye, his pale face eased up a lot. No matter what, we are still from the same sect. How can I just watch you kill him? Fang Chen said calmly. He recognized the person in front of him. His name was Broken Wisteria, and he was the only core disciple who had greeted him on the way to Chaos Sky City. Although they hadn't interacted much, Fang Chen could feel that Broken Wisteria was a good person. That was why he came to save him. Broken Wisteria used a forbidden divine art and still couldn't kill me. How dare you, a mere Void Ancient Realm martial artist, speak so arrogantly? Lin Hengyi scolded. Do you believe that I won't kill you too? Boom. Fang Chen didn't talk nonsense. He flipped his palm, and a vast palm print fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Hengyi. Not good. Lin Hengyi felt that something was wrong. He cried out in his heart and jumped up with the tip of his foot. He wanted to escape from Fang Chen's suppression. Suppress. At this moment, Fang Chen pushed his strength to the extreme. With his peak Void Ancient Realm cultivation and the perfect Chaotic Origin sword body, he could easily kill a late-stage Star Ancient Realm martial artist. Sword of Destruction. With a flick of his finger, Fang Chen used the Sword of Destruction. Xiu. The dazzling finger radiance turned into a piercingly cold sword radiance in the void, whistling through the air. No. Lin Hengyi widened his eyes and fled frantically. Block it. He took out the cracked Sky Dragon crystal from his bosom and smashed it towards the sword light that was coming at him menacingly. Catcher. The sword light pierced the Sky Dragon crystal, and it shattered. However, the sword light became much dimmer and showed signs of dissipating. Run. Lin Hengyi didn't say anything. He activated the power of the Lin family's bloodline and used the blood escape technique to escape. Fang Chen wanted to chase after him, but he found Broken Wisteria's body trembling violently. What's going on? Fang Chen gave up and came to Broken Wisteria's side. His forcing out the hidden energy in his body. Soon, Fang Chen found that Broken Wisteria was using the energy he injected into his body to force out the hidden energy. Boom. Broken Wisteria's bones cracked. The energy in his body surged like a vast ocean, flowing endlessly. At this moment, Broken Wisteria swept away his previous weakness and became abnormally strong. Powerful purple patterns circled around his body. Dong. Broken Wisteria's cultivation reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. Whoosh. A moment later, Broken Wisteria calmed down, and the purple patterns on his body gradually disappeared. Brother, thank you for your help. Broken Wisteria cupped his fists at Fang Chen, full of smiles. Fang Chen waved his hand. It's okay. We're from the same sect. It's only right for me to help. This time, I, Breaking Wisteria, owe you a favor. Broken Wisteria said, it's a pity that Lin Hengyi escaped. However, if I meet him again, I'll wring his head off with my own hands. Broken Wisteria was very grateful to Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. In the process of chasing Lin Hengyi, he suffered a backlash and was severely injured, almost dying. Fortunately, Fang Chen helped him get through the crisis in time. He also stimulated his hidden energy and reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. Brother, how should I address you? Broken Wisteria asked. Fang Chen. Okay, I'll call you Brother Fang, Broken Wisteria said cheerfully. Broken Wisteria straightforwardly said, I really couldn't tell. Brother Fang is so young, yet you have such high achievements. I admire you. Fang Chen chuckled and did not speak. Brother Fang, you owe me a favor. I, Broken Wisteria, know of a place where there are many merits waiting for us. Do you dare to accompany me, Broken Wisteria, on this adventure? Broken Wisteria said, although I knew about it before, my strength was limited, so I didn't dare to take the risk. Now, it's different. I've reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. As long as I don't encounter those few peak experts, there's almost no danger.
Oh.
When Fang Chen heard this, he said candidly, why wouldn't I dare? Ha ha ha, straightforward. After this incident, Broken Wisteria was very sincere to Fang Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Fang Chen such important news and was willing to lead Fang Chen to this mysterious place. On a dusky mountain peak. With a bang, Lin Hengyi's body fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Damn Broken Wisteria, damn you. Lin Hengyi's face was pale. He quickly pressed a few points on his body to stop the bleeding. He struggled to sit cross-legged and began to heal. Wait until I'm fully recovered. I'll definitely kill both of you, Lin Hengyi said coldly. However, he was also very confused about Fang Chen's background. A void ancient realm cultivator can force me into such a sorry state. Could it be? At the thought of this, Lin Hengyi's expression changed drastically. He immediately crushed the communication jade pendant. What's the matter? A faint voice came. Brother Zilong, I found the person the clan is looking for, Lin Hengyi said hurriedly. After a short silence, the other side said, you mean Fang Chen? Yes, him. Lin Hengyi said, when I was fighting Broken Wisteria, a mysterious man appeared. He was only at the void ancient realm, but he could shatter the sky dragon crystal with a single strike, so, crack. The sound of bones cracking came from the other side. After a long while, a message came. Tell me where he was last seen. It's good. If I can capture him, you'll have contributed greatly to the Lin clan. Thank you, Brother Zilong. On the other side of the communication jade pendant, Lin Zilong's expression was cold. He twisted his hand and broke the neck of a Tianshu Yuan disciple. The number of merit points in the token increased. However, he didn't care at all. After chasing you for a year, you're finally not a coward anymore. Do you dare to show yourself? In this year, Lin Zilong had been chasing Fang Chen. He even severely injured him several times, but he still managed to escape. Chapter 2738. Chaotic Sky City War Zone. In the northwest direction, in front of a valley surrounded by thick smoke, two figures approached from afar. It's here. Fang Chen stopped and raised his head to look at the valley in front of him. It was grey and hazy, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Yes, this valley is called the Valley of Despair. As far as I know, the top prodigies of the two factions are having an ultimate battle here, Broken Wisteria said. Fang Chen nodded and secretly activated the Supreme Ancestral Eye. The power of the heavenly Tao circled around him, and his eyes looked through the hazy aura and saw the situation in the Valley of Despair. The tragic battle, blood flowing like a river, and the entire Valley of Despair was in ruins. If not for the protection of the seal, it would have been razed to the ground. In the pool of blood, there were countless corpses lying on the ground. The scene was very bloody. As expected of the Valley of Despair. It's enough to make people despair. Fang Chen licked his dry lips, and his heart was restless. How is it? Broken Wisteria asked. It's very dangerous inside. If we're not careful, we might be killed. Fang Chen waved his hand and said, we're martial artists. How can we retreat because of some difficulties? Okay, let's go in. Broken Wisteria laughed. With his strength, he was fully qualified to participate in this ultimate battle. Whoosh. The two passed through the thick fog and entered the valley. Sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. Apart from the hazy aura, the entire valley was filled with the smell of blood. It was very oppressive, and the air was filled with shocking killing intent. Die. As soon as the two entered, they were targeted by a member of the Lin family. With a low roar, he attacked the two. You're courting death. Broken Wisteria's cultivation had broken through, and his strength had reached a new level. Seeing the fierce attack, he didn't panic and easily dealt with it. He suddenly punched out and smashed the incoming person's head. Crack. The other person fell to the ground and died instantly. Brother Fang. Broken Wisteria originally wanted to give the contribution points to Fang Chen, but the latter refused. In that case, I won't be polite. Broken Wisteria didn't pretend anymore and directly took out the token and received the contribution points. The center of the battlefield is over there. Fang Chen looked at the center of the valley, where countless warriors were fighting. He saw Pei Ran, Gong Wei, Ancient God Thunder Cry, and other experts. He also saw Lin Tianli and Lin Yuan from the Lin family. Ancient God Thunder Cry, my Lin family has all the advantages. What can you use to fight against us? Lin Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. His tone was overbearing and arrogant. Beside him, Lin Tianli also sneered, today, the Valley of Despair will be the burial ground of your Tianshu Yuan disciples. Mph, what arrogance. My Tianshu Yuan is the #1 power in the Despair continent. We've suppressed your Lin family for countless years. What's laughable is that you want to overturn our Tianshu Yuan? Pei Ran said coldly. The outcome of the other 2 battlefields has already been decided. It's time for our battle zone to end, Gong Wei said lightly. Ancient God Thunder Cry, who ranked first, was a peak star ancient expert. It was rumored that he had once escaped unscathed from an ancient life realm expert. Because he was proficient in the Tao of Thunder, every time he attacked, there would be a thunderous roar. That was why he was called Ancient God Thunder Cry. He was an outstanding figure in the Star Ancient realm. Although he was only a core disciple of Tianshu Yuan, in the Despair continent, he could become the master of a sect. In the Chaos Sky City battle zone, many of the core disciples of Tianshu Yuan were led by Ancient God Thunder Cry. Fight! Ancient God Thunder Cry only said one word, and a thunderous voice echoed in the sky. Kill! On the other side, Lin Yuan glanced at the lightning flashing in the sky and bellowed. Suddenly, the Valley of Despair was once again plunged into a bloody mess. Countless miserable screams came from the mouths of many disciples as one disciple after another fell into a pool of blood. You're courting death. A Lin family disciple approached Broken Wisteria, who waved his hand and snapped the neck of the Lin family disciple before joining the battle. Fang Chen had originally planned to join the battle, but he suddenly saw the battle between Lin Yuan and Ancient God Thunder Cry. Boom! The vast battle caused a huge uproar. The battle between the 2 apex prodigies had attracted the attention of the world. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. So strong. He couldn't help but sigh, his heart beating faster. Swish! Lin Yuan took out a long sword. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword in the void continued to transform. Streaks of sharp sword light whizzed out. Condense! As Lin Yuan roared, the sword light in the sky quickly condensed together, the tip of the sword facing outward, forming a terrifying ball of sword light. The ball of sword light spun rapidly, and sword chi swept out. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, space collapsed. Any martial artist who approached would be instantly shredded. Sword arts can be used to such an extent. Fang Chen's eyes were finally opened. He had always thought that his understanding of sword Tao was deep enough. But after seeing Lin Yuan's sword arts, he was inwardly amazed. Lin Yuan had perfectly combined his understanding of sword Tao with his sword arts, creating a move with incredible offensive power. Although this move was not very flashy, its power left Fang Chen somewhat shocked. Scram! Ancient God Thunder Cry furiously attacked. He raised his hand and drew the lightning in the sky into his palm. Rumble! The deafening sound of thunder resounded incessantly. He clenched his hand, and the power of thunder reached its peak. He then flung out, sending the mighty thunder toward the ball of sword light. Thump! When the thunder made contact with the ball of sword light, it exploded. A terrifying thunder energy spread out, drowning out the ball of sword light. Fang Chen activated the Supreme Ancestral Eye, and his gaze pierced through the thunder energy to see the ball of sword light in motion. Disintegrate. Slice. Fang Chen's heart trembled as realization dawned on him. He finally understood why the ball of sword light gave him such a frightening feeling. So that was how it was. Thump. At the same time, his mind trembled. Sword chi rampaged, and all sorts of sword Tao comprehensions he had in the past instantly emerged. The chaotic origin sword body automatically revolved around his body, completely enveloping him. Brother Fang, be careful. Broken Wisteria, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, suddenly discovered that a Lin clan disciple was approaching Fang Chen, preparing to launch a sneak attack. He shouted, But Fang Chen did not respond. Swish! He stomped his foot and arrived beside Fang Chen, barely blocking the attack of the Lin clan disciple. Scram! He then smashed the head of the Lin clan disciple with a fist. Enlightenment! Broken Wisteria was stunned for a moment when he saw Fang Chen's appearance, but soon after, he revealed a smile. Amazing! He can actually achieve enlightenment in this kind of environment. Broken Wisteria followed Fang Chen's gaze and saw the fierce battle between Lin Yuan and ancient god Thunder Cry. Brother Fang, feel free to comprehend. I'll protect you. After saying that, Broken Wisteria stood around Fang Chen, blocking all intruders. Kill them. Some Lin clan disciples in this area had discovered that Fang Chen was acting strangely and loudly shouted. Immediately, 10 some disciples swarmed forward. Scram! Broken Wisteria roared and punched with both fists. Boom! Broken Wisteria's iron fists were too powerful. With a single punch, a Lin clan disciple would lose his life. However, at this point in the battle, everyone had already entered a frenzied state, charging forward dauntlessly to resist Broken Wisteria. Finally, after a fierce battle, Broken Wisteria's energy was consumed too quickly and he was somewhat unable to resist. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Poochie! A Lin clan disciple took advantage of Broken Wisteria's clone to pierce his thigh with his spear. Ah! A miserable scream came from Broken Wisteria's mouth. His expression was savage as pain spread through his entire body. He clenched his teeth and stood on the ground, throwing out a punch with all his might to kill this sneak attacker. He's heavily injured and can't hold on any longer. Attack together and kill him, a Lin clan disciple said in a deep voice. Kill him. Immediately, the remaining Lin clan disciples rushed forward. Even if I die, I won't let you harm Brother Fang. Broken Wisteria clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Purple patterns flickered all over his body as a berserk energy surged out of his body. Buzz! Eerie voices came from the rift nearby. Not good. A sound wave attack. The Lin clan disciples discovered it a little too late. Several disciples' origin spirits were heavily injured and they collapsed to the ground, losing the ability to fight. The remaining disciples barely managed to dodge Broken Wisteria's sound wave attack. He can't hold on any longer. Continue attacking. Chapter 2739. In the face of these ferocious attacks, Broken Wisteria painfully closed his eyes and prepared to self-detonate. Even if he died, he would take one more down with him. This was what Broken Wisteria thought. However, just as he was about to self-detonate, the world suddenly changed, and a vast energy surged toward him. Thump! The entire earth trembled as a dazzling ray of light shot up into the sky. What's that? Broken Wisteria staggered and managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. While his heart trembled in fear, he also felt an immense pressure. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky, his expression instantly changing. Not good. Broken Wisteria almost immediately made his choice. His figure kept jumping, barely dodging the wild power that was swooping down. The Lin family disciples attacking him were also sent flying by the shockwaves. The chaotic valley of despair instantly quieted down. The battle had been forcibly halted by this powerful energy. Thump! The two figures retreated from the vast power. After stabilizing themselves, they floated in the air and looked at each other from afar. Ancient God Thunder Cry, everyone says that you control the power of thunder punishment, but it seems that this is all there is to it. Lin Yuan sneered. The battle between the two of them was exceptionally intense. The frightening power from earlier was emitted from their collision. Mage. Ancient God Thunder Cry coldly snorted, his icy eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. Below, the battle stopped, and the two sides faced each other. With great difficulty, Broken Wisteria stood next to Fang Chen and breathed a sigh of relief. If not for the shockwaves from the battle between the two peerless geniuses reaching this place, he would have already died at the hands of the Lin family disciples. Outside the Valley of Despair, Lin Zilong and Lin Hengyi were rapidly advancing when they suddenly felt the earth tremble. What's going on? Lin Hengyi cried out. Lin Zilong stopped, his expression dark. After thinking for a few moments, he said, It should be caused by the energy erupting from the battle between Big Brother Lin Yuan and ancient god Thunder Cry. After saying this, Lin Zilong's figure flashed, and he entered the Valley of Despair. Swish swish swish. In just a few seconds, Lin Zilong and Lin Hongyi arrived at the Valley of Despair. What came into view was the two sides facing each other, as well as Fang Chen, who was in a state of epiphany. Broken wisteria? When Lin Hongyi saw the broken wisteria at first glance, his face suddenly changed, and his killing intent surged. However, when Lin Zilong saw Fang Chen, his heart was filled with killing intent. Big Brother Lin Yuan, he is Fang Chen. The sudden words broke the silence between the two sides. At that instant, the gazes of the disciples landed on Lin Zilong's figure. What? The expressions of Lin Yuan and the others changed slightly as they stared at Fang Chen with their dark eyes. Is he Fang Chen? Seeing this, Lin Yuan and Lin Tianli were secretly delighted. They recalled what the head of the Lin family had said before the war started. The purpose of starting this war was to capture Fang Chen. Once they succeeded, they would receive endless rewards. Lin Yuan licked his dry lips, ignored ancient god Thunder, and looked at Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen became the center of the entire war. Broken wisteria, give me your life. Lin Hongyi roared and leaped in front of the broken wisteria. The latter had been seriously injured in the battle just now and was unable to resist Lin Hongyi's powerful attacks, retreating step by step. Boom! With a loud sound, the broken wisteria's body flew out and fell at Fang Chen's feet. Poochie! He spat out blood, his face pale, and his aura weak. He no longer had the ability to fight. At that moment, Fang Chen's body was still shrouded in an extremely dense sword Dao aura. He was still in a state of epiphany. Mate, I let you escape last time, but this time, you will die for sure. Lin Hongyi strode towards the broken wisteria with a mocking smile on his face. In the sky. Seeing this, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He can actually enter a state of epiphany in this kind of war. Lin Yuan was also rather amazed. No wonder the patriarch personally gave the order to capture this boy. It seems that his potential has already reached an unimaginable level. Across from Lin Yuan, ancient god Thunder and the others were also rather curious. What was Lin Zilong thinking? Why did he value Fang Chen so much? While everyone was pondering, Lin Hongyi had already arrived in front of the broken wisteria. He raised his large hand and pressed down. Wild energy was contained in his palm. As long as this palm struck the broken wisteria's body, the latter would undoubtedly die. The broken wisteria raised his head and glanced at Fang Chen, saying regretfully, "Brother Fang, I didn't fulfill my promise to you." After saying this, the broken wisteria painfully shook his head. Die! Seeing this, Lin Hongyi increased the strength of his palm, and a biting cold light howled. Buzz! Just as Lin Hongyi's palm was about to touch the broken wisteria, an invisible energy suddenly blocked it. A hint of confusion flashed across Lin Hongyi's face, and he increased his strength. Break! Lin Hongyi angrily roared as he pushed the energy in his palm to the limit, wanting to shatter the barrier and kill the broken wisteria. But the more he used, the greater the barrier became. Crack! Suddenly, the invisible energy broke through his palm and blasted toward his head. It was not until this moment that Lin Hongyi was shocked to discover that the invisible force blocking him was actually a beam of sword light. Not good. Lin Hongyi sensed the power of this sword light and quickly pulled back his palm, preparing to leave. But it was too late. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, this ordinary sword light pierced through Lin Hongyi's head. The latter's body fell into a pool of blood, instantly dying. Whoosh! The entire Valley of Despair was in an uproar. Fang Chen, who was in the midst of his enlightenment, slowly opened his eyes. The sword chi revolving around his body instantly withdrew, making him seem like an ordinary person. No ripples of energy could be felt. He didn't even look at Lin Hongyi as he extended his hand to help the broken wisteria up. How are you? The broken wisteria shook her head. I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Retreat to a safe place first, Fang Chen warned. You killed Lin Hongyi, so I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Zilong's voice echoed throughout the Valley of Despair. In the distant sky, Lin Yuan also frowned. Even he hadn't been able to clearly see how that sword light had been unleashed. This kid isn't simple. This was Lin Yuan's evaluation of Fang Chen. However, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he watched with a mocking gaze as the situation developed. On the other side, Ancient God Thunder Cry and the others clearly had a hint of surprise on their faces. What exquisite swordsmanship! He was able to kill Lin Hengyi with just one strike. This level of strength should be enough to rank him in the top 10 of the Heavenly Cloud Peak, right? Amazing. So this guy is the one who's been hiding his strength all this time. The Heavenly Cloud Peak core disciples discussed spiritedly. Lin Zilong strode forward, his aura soaring as he arrived in front of Fang Chen. You chased me for a year, but unfortunately, you didn't manage to catch me. Seeing Lin Zilong approach, Fang Chen calmly said, now, you no longer have the chance. You're courting death. Lin Zilong was enraged and unleashed a wild attack. The heavens and earth changed colors as Lin Zilong thrust out a palm, unleashing the power of a landslide and a tsunami. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and indifferently said, to deal with you, I only need one strike. Swish. An ordinary sword light burst out from the hidden star sword. Invincible sword Dao, one sword of heaven and earth. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, countless sword lights appeared in the heavens and earth. Each sword light contained the exact same power. A feeling of oppression arose spontaneously. Die. This was the second move that Fang Chen had created after watching Lin Yuan's exquisite swordsmanship and combining it with his own invincible sword Dao. When this move was unleashed, every inch of the air in the heavens and earth was filled with sword light. It was as if the heavens and earth had become one with his sword light. He named this move as the One Sword of Heaven and Earth. This sword contained the ultimate mystery of Sword Dao. After comprehending this sword, Fang Chen seemed to have understood something. Rumble. Dense sword light shot out from all directions. Damn it! Lin Zilong roared in anger. At the same time, he activated the power of the Lin family's bloodline, wanting to forcibly travel through the void. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the power of the One Sword of Heaven and Earth. Stop! In the distance, Lin Yuan finally couldn't hold back and made a move. Your opponent is me. Chapter 2740. Scram. Lin Yuan was enraged. He waved his sword and stabbed at Ancient God Thundercry. The latter spread out his hands, and the power of thunder in the sky swooped down and combined with his palms to block Lin Yuan's sword. In this instant, the power of the Sword of Heaven and Earth reached its peak. Not even Lin Tianli had time to save him. Squelch. 10,000 swords pierced through Lin Zilong's heart. The dense sword light from all directions instantly pierced through Lin Zilong's body. He vomited blood, his face pale. I can't accept this. He roared hoarsely. After the swords pierced his body, a powerful destructive force spread out. In the blink of an eye, his body was riddled with holes. Thump. Lin Zilong toppled to the ground. Fang Chen waved his hand, and the token appeared. His merit points soared once more. This. Many martial artists in the Valley of Despair were in an uproar. What kind of monster was this? How could he explode with such power? With a peak void ancient realm cultivation, he had killed Lin Zilong with a single sword strike. The latter didn't even have a chance to dodge. Too powerful. This sword strike is like a stroke of the gods. It's too shocking. Inconceivable, simply inconceivable. Even Lin Yuan, who is also a sword cultivator, couldn't block the power of this sword strike. My Tianshu Yuan actually has such a prodigy. Noises could be heard incessantly. The hidden star sword emitted a series of sword cries. The entire world shook as if the end of the world had arrived. Damn it! Lin Yuan, who had been obstructed by ancient god thunder, roared at the sky. His anger soared, and the long sword in his hand exerted its peak power. Swish! Dazzling sword light shot out, forcing ancient god thunder back step by step. Thump thump thump. In one exchange, ancient god thunder was careless and was stabbed by Lin Yuan's sword light. Blood sprayed out as he rapidly retreated. From a great distance, ancient god thunder cry stared warily at Lin Yuan. Today, I will have all the core disciples of Tianshu Yuan buried with Lin Zilong. Lin Zilong's death had thoroughly provoked Lin Yuan, who was now exuding an evil aura. I'm going to avenge Zilong. Lin Tianli was the first to attack. His attack power was above Lin Zilong's. However, after witnessing Fang Chen's powerful swordsmanship, he dared not let his guard down. Right from the start, he used his most powerful trump card. It's useless. Fang Chen shook his head. After creating the Sword of Heaven and Earth, his attack power had reached its peak. If he went all out, even Lin Yuan, who was at the peak of the Star Ancient Realm, would not be his match. Thus, at the moment of his epiphany and breakthrough, the battle had already come to an end. Whoosh! Invincible Sword Principle, one Sword of Heaven and Earth. When it was unleashed again, the frightening aura it emitted became even more pervasive. In the blink of an eye, a dense cloud of sword light burst forth from all directions, engulfing Lin Tianli's body. Crack! 10,000 swords pierced his heart. Lin Tianli's fate was exactly the same as Lin Zilong's. Even in death, he could not understand why he could not withstand Fang Chen's swordsmanship, despite wearing a defensive armor that allowed him to escape unscathed from a life ancient realm expert. You! He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but in the end, he fell to the ground, dead. Boom! The entire Valley of Despair was filled with an aura of despair. Fang Chen stood tall and straight with the hidden star sword in his hand. He was like a peerless god of war, casting a great shadow in the hearts of the Lin family disciples. Devil, he's a devil. Even Brother Tian Li has fallen. Now we can only rely on Brother Lin Yuan to turn the tables. If ancient god Thunder Cry joins forces with this guy, Brother Lin Yuan will definitely not be his match. Let's run. For a moment, many of the Lin family disciples prepared to flee. However, how could the core disciples of Tianshu Yuan, led by Pei Ran and Gong Wei, let go of such a good opportunity? Kill! Pei Ran roared and took the lead, charging into the group of Lin family disciples and starting a massacre. Squelch! A series of blood-curdling screams rang out from the mouths of the Lin family disciples as their bodies continuously fell into a pool of blood. In just a few breaths of time, more than half of the Lin family disciples had been killed or injured. This was a great loss to the Lin family. Lin Yuan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, could no longer hold himself back. Ancient God Thunder Cry. His eyes were scarlet as he roared in rage. At the same time, he took out a red sword from his bosom. The two swords leaned against each other, emitting a resplendent light before quickly fusing into one. This is Lin Longjian. Ancient God Thunder Cry cried out in shock. Swish! Lin Yuan gripped the Lin Longjian and slashed out, causing heaven and earth to weep. Bang! Ancient God Thunder Cry took this strike head-on and was sent flying backward. A sword wound appeared on his clothes, causing blood to seep out. The Lin family actually gave Lin Longjian to you? Ancient God Thunder Cry's face darkened as he clenched his fists and coldly said. Lin Longjian was the supreme weapon of the Lin family. Not even the ancient life realm experts of the Lin family were qualified to use it. But now, the Lin family patriarch, in order to seize victory in the chaotic Sky City war zone, had actually bestowed Lin Longjian to Lin Yuan. With Lin Longjian, Lin Yuan's strength had soared, allowing him to completely crush Ancient God Thunder Cry. A few moments later, Ancient God Thunder Cry was covered in wounds and sent flying by Lin Yuan's sword. Die! As he watched Ancient God Thunder Cry's figure fly backward, Lin Yuan took a step forward with the forest dragon sword in hand and slashed at his body. Thump! Lin Long's sword slashed down with a vast amount of power. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Ancient God Thunder Cry. Fang Chen used the chaotic origin sword body to take Lin Longjian's attack. His body only swayed for a moment before he steadied himself. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as his heart burned with rage. Damn scoundrel, it's all because of you. Seeing Fang Chen take the initiative to attack, Lin Yuan was even more enraged and constantly swung Lin Longjian. Lin Longjian is indeed a supreme weapon, but in your hands, you can't bring out its full power, Fang Chen indifferently said. Let me help you. Fang Chen had bought some time for Ancient God Thunder Cry. After a short period of rest, the latter had recovered much of his strength. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Chen, fighting alongside him. I alone am enough to deal with him. Fang Chen exuded a strong sense of confidence. This was the unparalleled confidence of his unparalleled sword Dao. Bzzzzz. Unparalleled sword Dao energy spread out, and Fang Chen's sword Dao energy grew even denser. Lin Longjian, one sword extinguishes all life. At this moment, Lin Yuan had long since forgotten the Lin family patriarch's warning. There was only one thought in his mind: to kill this damnable scoundrel in front of him. Thus, he used his strongest sword art. The common life sword art. One sword extinguishes all life. Especially with Lin Longjian's help, the power of the sword had far exceeded his imagination. Even if he faced an early life ancient realm ancient god, he would still dare to challenge them. Thus, after using the common life sword art, a crazed smile appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. It's useless. No matter how strong your sword art is, you can't block my common life sword art. Lin Yuan madly roared, his face savage. Once the common life sword art was used, an oppressive aura filled the sky as countless illusions appeared. One sword extinguishes all life, each strike merciless. Kill. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan pushed the common life sword art to its limits. The energy emanating from Lin Longjian's sword made ancient god Thunder cry and the others constantly retreat. Swoosh. Pei Ran and Gong Wei worked together to kill the last Lin family disciple and then retreated far away to join up with ancient god Thunder cry. Can he block the common life sword art's attack? It's hard to say. The common life sword art is quite famous on the Despair continent. Lin Yuan has been immersed in this sword art for many years, and when paired with Lin Longjian, its power is unimaginable. Ancient god Thunder cry shook his head and muttered, perhaps he will create a miracle for us that we can never hope to achieve. For them, Fang Chen killing Lin Zilong in one strike was already far beyond their imagination. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. But now, Fang Chen had forced Lin Yuan to use the common life sword art. One could easily imagine just how strong he was. When they thought of this, ancient god Thunder cry and the others bitterly smiled. Laughably, before coming to the chaotic Sky City war zone, they had disdained to speak with Fang Chen. Chapter 2741. Common Life, Earth, Starry Sky. Everything was under Lin Yuan's control. The forest dragon sword in his hand proudly soared through the heavens, unleashing the common life sword art's power to its limits. The core essence of the common life sword art was to use heaven and earth as a medium to suppress all life. And this essence was very similar to Fang Chen's invincible sword Dao. Is this the legendary common life sword art? Fang Chen smiled as he looked at the forest dragon sword in front of him. Speaking of which, he had to thank Lin Yuan. If he hadn't seen Lin Yuan use the sword art, it would have been impossible for him to create the sword of heaven and earth. Even if he could create it in the future, who knew how long it would take? Strictly speaking, Fang Chen's sword of heaven and earth was not an ancient star, but an ancient star. Moreover, if he attacked with all his strength, supported by the supreme ancestral eye, he could dominate the ancient star realm. To Lin Yuan, although the common life sword art was impressive, he didn't dare to boast about dominating the ancient star realm. Thus, Fang Chen didn't fear the common life sword art because he had a way to break it. I wonder what you'll think if I break the common life sword art that you're so proud of. With that, Fang Chen waved his hand, causing the hidden star sword to dance chaotically in the air. Streaks of sword chi shot out from different angles and pierced towards the life sword art that was whistling through the air. What is he doing? Ancient god Thunder cry and the others couldn't understand. What was Fang Chen doing? Why didn't he display that shocking swordsmanship just now? Could it be? For a moment, a bold idea appeared in everyone's minds. If Fang Chen were to use that shocking sword technique, he would need a lot of power. Fang Chen was not able to support it at all. Attack together. In the blink of an eye, ancient god Thunder cry made a decision. If Fang Chen failed, then even if the three of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Yuan's common life sword art. Therefore, the victory or defeat of this battle depended entirely on Fang Chen. No matter what, he could not let Fang Chen die under Lin Yuan's life sword. Do it. Pei Ran and Gong Wei were already prepared. The three of them gave a low shout and attacked together. Rumble. The three of them joined forces and launched a powerful attack at Lin Yuan. Scram. Lin Yuan waved his sleeve and blocked the attack. The expressions of ancient god Thunder Cry and the other two changed drastically, and they increased their speed to block Lin Yuan. It's useless, Lin Yuan said with a sinister expression. At the same time, he swung the forest dragon sword at Fang Chen's head. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Fang Chen casually stabbed out a few times. The ordinary sword light collided with the life swordsmanship and exploded. It's useless, Lin Yuan sneered. Fang Chen's attack was too weak and couldn't resist his life sword. Once the life sword art was unleashed, even the heavens and the earth would have to bow before it. Crack. But then, Lin Yuan's smile froze. The life sword had crumbled from the inside, and the sword light had shattered. How is this possible? Lin Yuan cried out, not daring to believe the reality before his eyes. His ordinary sword light broke my life sword art? Lin Yuan's heart was filled with perilous waves. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The life sword is unbreakable. No one should even think of breaking it. Lin Yuan frantically shook his head. Unless it was a life ancient realm expert who could break it, no one would be able to shake the life sword. Life sword, one sword extinguishes all life. Lin Yuan used the life sword once more, but the result was exactly the same. Fang Chen had used the same method to easily break the life sword. No! Lin Yuan crazily roared. The life sword is indeed exquisite, but the user has not grasped its essence and is full of flaws, Fang Chen softly said. You can see the flaws in the life sword? Lin Yuan coldly asked. I can't just see them. Fang Chen sneered. Even now, Lin Yuan still hadn't understood the reality of the situation. However, he didn't want to waste any more time. Even your strongest life sword has been broken by me. What other moves do you have? In the Valley of Despair, the Tianshu Yuan core disciples were dumbfounded. Wasn't this too violent? Even the life sword art could be broken so easily. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Ancient God Thunder and the other two had wanted to help Fang Chen block the life sword, but who would have thought that he was completely fearless? Amazing. To be able to make Ancient God Thunder and the other two so wholeheartedly say these two words, it was enough to see how important Fang Chen was to them. Such a prodigy is already qualified to become the Dean's last disciple, Gong Wei said. Not bad. His potential is too great, Pei Ran said. On the battlefield, Fang Chen stood proudly and looked at Lin Yuan mockingly. You've always been the one attacking me. Now it's my turn to attack, right? Fang Chen said indifferently, I don't know if you can block my one sword of heaven and earth. Swish. Dense sword lights appeared in the sky. Under Fang Chen's control, they surged in from all directions. How is this possible? Lin Yuan didn't dare to imagine how his opponent could be so powerful. Let's go. His heart filled with fear, Lin Yuan prepared to escape. However, the one sword of heaven and earth's power was beyond his imagination. It's time for everything to end. After swinging the sword, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Boom. No matter how hard Lin Yuan tried to escape, he was still unable to block the one sword of heaven and earth's attack. Life sword, one sword of heaven and earth. At the moment of his death, Lin Yuan roared hysterically. He finally understood the essence of the one sword of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! Lin Yuan's head rolled to the ground, and he died. The Valley of Despair was filled with an aura of despair. At this moment, the name of the valley was very appropriate for the battlefield that was riddled with holes. Under the lead of ancient god Thunder Cry and the other two, the Tianshu Yuan disciples walked up to Fang Chen. They bowed deeply to express their gratitude for Fang Chen's saving grace. If not for Fang Chen's eruption at the critical moment, Tianshu Yuan's army would have been completely wiped out. Even after a long time had passed, many disciples who had witnessed the final battle would still think of that pinnacle battle in their hearts. In particular, Fang Chen's swordsmanship had left a deep impression on them. It's over. In the crowd, everyone cheered, their faces full of smiles. Ha ha ha, it's finally over. When the war broke out, the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Blood flowed like rivers, and many of their fellow disciples died as a result. Those who were able to survive were naturally very happy. Ancient God Thunder Cry and the other two stood side by side with Fang Chen. Brother Fang's strength can be considered outstanding amongst the younger generation of the continent of despair. Ancient God Thunder Cry sighed. I, Thunder Cry, am wholeheartedly convinced. That's right, especially Brother Fang's swordsmanship. It really opened my eyes, Gong Wei said with a smile. Pei Ran nodded. Now that the battle was over, the next step was to harvest the spoils of war. Fang Chen didn't say anything. After some discussion, Ancient God Thunder Cry and the others unanimously decided that all the spoils of war would belong to Fang Chen. Brother Fang, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to obtain victory in this war, so the spoils of war should belong to you, Ancient God Thunder Cry said. Fang Chen waved his hand. He already had his own ideas. I'll take the contribution points. As for the spatial rings of the Lin family disciples, you can freely distribute them. Hearing this, Ancient God Thunder Cry and the others faintly smiled. After all, if Fang Chen didn't leave anything for them, they had nothing to say. There were also many good things in the spatial rings of the Lin family disciples. Oh, that's right. If Lin Yuan has the common life sword art in his spatial ring, let me take a look, Fang Chen added. Soon, the spoils of war were distributed. Fang Chen obtained the common life sword art as he wished and put it into his bag. After he absorbed all the contribution points of the fallen Lin family disciples, the number on his token suddenly soared to over 3 million. On the merit stele, Fang Chen's name was like a rocket, constantly rising until it finally reached first place and stabilized. Outside chaotic Space City, Wu Yu's eyes widened as he saw the changes on the merit stele. After a long while, he muttered, just what sort of heaven-shaking event did this fellow do that his contribution points reached over 3 million? He couldn't have single-handedly exterminated all the disciples of the Lin family, right? It had to be known that the Lin family's Lin Yuan, Lin Tianli, Lin Zilong, and the others were all extremely powerful. Among them, Lin Zilong had chased after Fang Chen for an entire year. Just what happened?